Okay, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to today's meeting of the Planning Committee. I'm Councillor Johnny Crawshaw, and I'm the chair of this committee. On my left is Becky Eads, who is the Head of Planning and Development, and to the left of Becky is Linda Jenkins, who's a Senior Planning Officer who will be dealing with the first application that we have on our agenda today. To my right is Ange Bilby from Democratic Services, and to the right of Ange is Sandra Brannigan, who's the Senior Planning Lawyer for today. Down each side of the tables are the members of the Planning Committee. If I could just ask everybody, first of all, to make sure that you have got your mobile phones switched off or on silent. And just to let people know, either in the public gallery or in watching online, you will see some members of the committee that have got laptops and some that don't. That's because some people prefer to use the paper copies of the report and some people prefer to use the online versions. Members of the public, there are toilets behind you that you can use at any point during today's hearings, but members of the committee cannot leave the table unless we're in an adjournment. If we do go into an adjournment, if I can just ask the members of the public who are here not to try to speak to or engage with any members of the committee during that adjournment, and likewise members of the committee know that they're not to discuss anything to do with the applications that we're partway through hearing if it's an adjournment during dealing with one of the agenda items. If I can also remind everybody when you are speaking to make sure that you've got the microphone in front of you and you're speaking clearly into the microphone. The acoustics in this room are not particularly great and they're not particularly great online as well. So anything that we can do to assist people to engage with this meeting is very much appreciated. In terms of how today's meeting will run, first of all, this is a business meeting of the council that's held in public, not a public meeting per se. So we have very defined points at which we'll have public participation. And if I can ask members of the public who are here not to seek to speak to us or address us at any point outside of those very defined moments. We may well need some adjournments, and as I say, I've mentioned about not speaking to committee members. I'll try to give good notice of those adjournments before we get to them. Likely it will be between items as we're going through today's business. In terms of each individual item, for anybody who hasn't seen one of these committee meetings before, we follow the same process every time. So in a moment, I'll be asking the officers to talk us through the plans that have been submitted. I'll then invite committee members to ask any questions of points of clarification on the plans as they've been shown to them. We then ask the officers to give us any updates that there may have been to the report that's been published in advance of the meeting. We then move to public participation, and that's the point at which I'll ask the people who've registered to speak to come to the table, and I'll talk you through that as we get to that point. We then move to members' questions, which is the opportunity for members of the committee to ask questions of the officers about anything in the report or anything that may have been brought up during public participation that they feel they need to know more about before reaching their determination on the application. We then move into debate, where members may wish to make points around what they consider to be the merits or otherwise of any of the application. And then we consider first the officer recommendation. So you'll see in the report packs, each application comes with an officer recommendation. We always consider the recommendation first before thinking about any other course of action that the committee may wish to take. So I'll hopefully keep everybody clear on where we are within that process, but that's how the meetings will operate. So I'll move us now on to the formal business of today's meeting. So the first agenda item is apologies for absence. We do have 3 sets of apologies and 3 substitutions. So today, Councillor Moroney will be substituting for Councillor Clark, Councillor Widdowson will be substituting for Councillor Watson, and Councillor Wardby will be substituting for Councillor Colwick. The second agenda item is declarations of interest. So do any members of the committee have anything they would need to declare in relation to today's items? Councillor Eyre.
It's not for peculiar or anything. I think just a note for transparency regarding 5B. I was executive member with responsibility for the lease to Spark at the time.
Thank you. Not seeing any indications for anybody else, so I can move us on to agenda item 3, which is minutes of previous meetings. We've got 2 sets of minutes that need to be approved. The first set of minutes are from the 19th of June that are on page 9 of the report, and that's minutes from Planning Committee A. Is everybody happy that they are a fair and accurate record? Councillor Stewart.
Just one very minor thing, which is It talks about former councillor Tony Richardson speaking at the top of page 11. And he is a former York councillor, but he's a current town councillor. Now, I know he's speaking in a personal capacity, but he is still a councillor nonetheless. And I didn't know whether it was better to refer to councillors and then separately refer to parish and town councillors. Because, for example, you've got Councillor Gates referred to later on, who again is the same. He's a parish councillor and former city councillor, but we don't refer to him as being a former councillor.
I think that's a very fair point. We'll perhaps just have to think about exactly how we take that, because Councillor Gates and Councillor Fisher were both speaking as parish councillors at that meeting. Sorry, town councillors, apologies. And Councillor Richardson very specifically was speaking in a personal capacity, not as either parish or former councillor, although in his speaking he did say I was a former city councillor. So I take your point. I take your point. Are members happy that perhaps chair and vice chair just in conversation with and we'll just have a conversation about a way that we could just word that to make that distinction clear, and then with that, would you be happy?
Yeah, absolutely fine. I think it's just, even with that one, it's still having councillor this, and when it's not obvious to somebody who is a town, who is a city, and I think that general distinction would be better as well.
Yeah. Point taken. So with that, and as I say, myself and Councillor Fisher we'll speak to Andrew and we'll just find a form of words that captures that. So we're all happy that that's, other than that, a fair and accurate record of that meeting. Just looking for nods. Yeah, brilliant. Now the next set of minutes, which are on page 21, are from Planning Committee B on the 9th of September. Now, Planning Committee B no longer meets, so is not able to approve those minutes. And I don't believe anybody who's here today was on that meeting. Were you there? Because I've taken, oh, fantastic, brilliant. Because I did speak to Councillor Merritt, who was chairing that meeting. He's very happy that these are an accurate record. Are you both happy that they're inaccurate? Perfect. In which case, with that, I'm happy that we approve them as well. Okay, so then agenda item 4 is the general remit public participation, which we don't have anybody registered to speak under, which means I can move us straight to agenda item 5, which is the plans list. And agenda item 5 at page 27 is the site to the west of the A1237 and south of North Lane, Huntington, York. And I'll hand over to Becky to talk us through the plans, please.
Thank you, Chair. The application that you are considering is a reserved matters application for appearance, landscaping, layout and scale for 314 houses. It's classed as Red Road Northern Phase 1A and 1B, and it's pursuant to the outline application. So you can see the site location plan there. The site is the site outlined in red. Don't know if you can just see the red line pointer that I'm trying to outline here. There's your application site here for reference. This is a reserved matters phasing plan. This shows 1A and 1B here that you are considering today. The other colours are the wider, covered by the wider outline application. And this is the site layout plan of this phase that you're considering today. You can see the roundabout there. And again, the proposals in here. This is probably a better one. You can see it in terms of the colour, the arrangement of the new housing, the areas of open space, the access arrangements here and here. And your landscaping master plan, that's in 2 parts. It's probably easier for you to read on your papers. And proposed sections there. This is a map that shows where your proposed your custom and your self-build plots are. Affordable housing, whereabouts there will be proposed, and materials plan. I'm just going to quickly go to the elevations of the apartments. And again, that's back to the site plan. I'm going to go back to this site plan. I'll leave it on that one and then I'll pass to Lindsay. Pass back to you, sorry.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Becky. I should have mentioned just before I hand it over to you, I just wanted to be clear, this application under the new scheme of delegation would not by default have come to this committee. It would need a valid call-in for it to have come to committee. But as members will know, any applications that were already in the pipeline before the scheme of delegation changed, there's been a 2-week window in which they could be called in if people wanted to. Because of the timelines for this application, we wouldn't have been within time had we have waited for the 2 weeks for that call in. So I took the decision that it was appropriate for this to come as if we were under the old scheme of delegation to this committee. So that's why this reserve matters application is here before us today. Are there any questions on the specifics of the plans just from the update that you've had there from Becky? Councillor Eyre.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, just help me out, Becky. On page 49, there's reference to green wedge to the south of Garth, to the west of the site, to the south of Garth Road. I was struggling to work out what that was.
Big greenway.
Yeah, so I think isn't Garth Road the very bottom of the site?
So in terms of that, that's, see this greenway, can you see it up there where my cursor's going along there? Along the bottom, at the bottom, and then all the way up through the middle of the site. That's what we're classing as a greenway.
But that's north of Garth Road, not south.
No,
of
but
Garth.
there's one here. See here? Where that is?
Quick answer is no.
Hang on, that's probably easier. See that there, the green landscape master plan? So that's Garthways there, your greenway along here. See it, and then up through there? Is that what you mean?
I thought, which is Garth Road? I thought Garth Road was a bit just underneath the development.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the green wedge did.
Could you just say, you said the paragraph number, could you just repeat which one it was?
5.9, 5.9, 5.10. So the planning policy refers to provide a new green wedge to the west of the site, south of Garth Road. Now that's a potential green wedge north of Garth Road, but the policy is south. I'll just.
I think the reference is to in the wider master plan, there's a whole thing on the other side of the road, which is not part of this reserve matters application.
Well, it might be.
I think that's
It could be the white gap on the right hand side. I'm not sure. That would make more sense.
Hang on, that bit there. Look where I'm pointing on here.
But that's not the only
Yeah.
bit that's south.
Yes, there, just see where you see where there's the purple of 1A and 1B, and then there's an orange probably, and then there's a gap. That's the gap, that's the green wedge. See where I mean? This pointer's not great, but if you go on this one, there, see there?
Not that, yeah.
That bit?
Yeah, that bit there.
That's still not south of Garth Road. I think the land south of Garth Road sits outside of this application. Garth Road is Garth Road not the boundary at the very south of the red line boundary. So any green wedge south of it would have to be
In the next phase. No.
I suppose in theory that means whoever develops south of Garth Road will have a requirement to leave a green wedge between that site and this site.
Sorry, just clarifying. So 5.9 where it says 4, that's what the policy says. And then 5.10 is what this proposal achieves.
Where the need is and playing fields.
And then, hang on 2 seconds, let me show you on. Yes, on this there,
There,
here,
this is form to read.
this grid is the part they're gonna, so it's not part of this application. It's part of the wider was considered and through the outline. That's the green wedge that it's talking about. 5.10 then talks about the master plan integrates green wedge to the west of the site. So, which is,
So the master
Out
plan
there.
that's being referred to is the master plan for the whole site that's
Yeah.
covered within the outline application.
Yeah.
So it's, when we're reading the green wedge to the west of the site, it means to the west, on the west side of the entire site, not necessarily directly to the west of this reserve matters application site.
Thank you. We got that.
That makes sense? Yep. Councillor Widdowson.
I just want to ask a very simplistic question. Why are we looking at just this parcel rather than the whole site? As the whole site, haven't been on the planning up to date with this one. Has the whole site been considered before?
So the planning history is set out in the report. This is there was an outline application which was refused by this planning authority and overturned. I think that's correct by the, or was it, it went out of time. It was non-determination and then it was approved in outline by the Secretary of State or the planning inspector. And that then means that there's a series of reserve matters applications which will come forward into the site. This is the first of the reserve matters applications.
Does it make sense to have done them all together though? Because
We rarely do on
Okay.
large outline
All right then.
applications. You think about York Central, for example, that's an outline application with a whole series of reserve matters applications that come forward. Okay. Anybody else with questions, or are we happy in terms of the plans that we have before us? Councillor Fisher.
Thank you. I couldn't quite make out on the plans the actual details of the road network and which of the houses on this site are actually going to be accessed from the North Lane development. Could you just use your cursor just to outline which of the houses are, because there didn't seem to be any access to the houses in the northeast corner that I could see. I just wanted to be clear how it was done.
so if you have a look at this, where we've got the phases 1B and 1A, and we have the green is the main access roads, and then there's this big spine road along here. So we've got access North Lane up there, then we've got the northern roundabout and the southern roundabout. So this phase comes along here, and from the northern roundabout, we have these properties on this side, which will be served by this northern roundabout, and North Lane will only serve properties on this side. So this road here stops, and there is a modal filter to avoid vehicular traffic through there. And then additionally, the North Lane access will serve the properties in the 1C phase, but that's not part of this approval, this application.
Thank you. It just didn't look like there were 214 houses on the left side of that to me. It just seemed to me that there was, because it says the North Lane access only served by 214, serves 214 houses. It seemed to be much less than that. I wasn't quite sure. Since there were no crossings of that green wedge, I couldn't see how the sites in the top northeast were getting served, but thank you for clearing it.
Councillor Ben Burton.
Thanks. Yeah. Can I just check, is the, in terms of pedestrian and cycle access, is that strictly via North Lane and Monks Cross link? There's nothing directly attaching in future schemes or in this one to Monks Cross or Huntington? I couldn't quite figure it out on the plans.
So there's pedestrian cycle links off North Lane, and then you've got the roundabouts, and then there's the northern one and the southern one. The southern one will provide pedestrian cycle links down to Monk's Cross. And then there's also a Woodlands Way link, but that is at the south, this really far southern corner of the site, which is not to do with this phase, but obviously people can still access it, but it's so far away. I don't want to confuse you.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, are we all happy that we understand the plans that we've seen? Okay, so I'll invite Lindsay if you've got any updates to the report, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, we've got two additional representations. One from the local flood authority. That's just saying they've got no objections following the revised landscaping master plan. We have comments as well from the Foss Internal Drainage Board. They're relatively satisfied with the proposals. There is a issue that the easement to the watercourse includes a turning area, which is on the western boundary of phase 1B. We've considered the impact of that. As it's an open watercourse, we consider that the turning head within that area is a minor infringement, and the 3-metre easement is required to allow for access only to that easement, to that watercourse. It's not for anything else, and I don't think a turning area would impact anyone being able to provide that access, and therefore it then becomes a civil matter between the applicants and the Foss IDB. Additionally, we have an update on the report, an amendment to paragraph 4.5, which I've just to clarify a few points about the access off North Lane. So the inspector, just to reframe it, the inspector did not consider that the proposed access from North Lane would be harmful to highway safety and did not consider it necessary to specify the number of dwellings this access could serve. And then I've gone into details about the modal filter and then the condition that links with that is imposed on the outline consent. And then just talking about the number of dwellings served from that access as well. And just as a verbal update, I noticed a significant missing word in the report at paragraph 5.4. The second sentence should read that access was not a reserved matter in the outline permission. And that's just to provide consistency with what's reported in the report elsewhere. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. So we are moving now towards the public participation and public speakers. I think it's probably worth me just drawing everybody's attention before I go into public participation to paragraphs 5.1 through to 5.4, which are on page 47 and 48 of the report. These set out what is and isn't in scope of this committee today. So there's been an outline application which has set out a number of parameters that then can't be discussed by members of this committee, and we can't do anything to make any amendments to them. So your key paragraphs are 5.1, which says the things that we have got some scope to consider as a part of a reserved matters application. And then 5.2 sets out a number of things that we can't consider as part of today's discussion. So what I've asked Sandra and Becky to do, and I will also be trying to keep an eye as well, if we start to stray into the territory of things that are out width of the remit of a reserved matters application, I'll get a sharp jab in the ribs and I will interrupt and say, sorry, this isn't something that we can take for consideration. It's a little bit grey in some areas because there are things that we might want to consider, but that we just need to work out whether they fit within the conditions on the outline application or whether there's something that's within scope of this committee to do anything more on. So as I say, I've primed Sandra and Becky to give me a jab if they feel that we're straying, and I will also be live to that as well. So with that said, I'm going to move us then to the public participation, and we've had two people registered to speak on this application. The first is Councillor Colwick, and Councillor Colwick, I'm sure I don't need to talk you through what the protocol is as a former chair of this committee. I expect you to be bang on your 3 minutes, but if you'd like to start in your own time, please.
Thank you. Ward councillors have always supported the overall development as an allocated site within the local plan and neighbourhood plan. We're keen to work closely with developers to facilitate a community-led approach to what is the largest residential development in the ward for decades. Access to the application site at North Lane is not for consideration here. This was agreed, to our mind, unwisely by the inspector at the outline stage, and we still maintain that all construction traffic should avoid it. North Lane is unsuitable, regarded as too narrow to carry a central white line, along which traffic speeds to and from the outer ring road. We press for a scheme of improvements, including North Lane, Northmoor Road Junction, to be carried out as soon as possible, and share the concerns of the Highway Officer with respect to the Monks Cross Link Road, found at 515 in the report, and have the same concerns for North Lane. This is relevant to this reserved matters application for the following reasons. Primarily housing mix. 5101 from page 67 onwards highlights the application is for predominantly and disproportionately family-oriented provision, with underrepresentation of smaller properties suitable for first-time buyers, single occupants, older residents. Expectation is that this will be compensated elsewhere in other phases to a limited degree, but primarily through oversupply elsewhere in the city, and the report from Savills is offered as justification. We question this. Even if it is correct that there's an oversupply of smaller properties in the pipeline, the proposed concentration of larger properties here will not create the integrated multi-generational community. We expect Plan A to be secured with respect to the provision of a nursery and primary school, but these might not materialise until a significantly later date. In the meantime, children will have to use existing schools and car journeys impacting on local schools already struggling with issues of parking. The housing mix proposed, therefore, in this phase of development would exacerbate the challenges. I would also mention public transport. We share the Highway Officer's concerns. There's poor coverage of public transport for the northwestern part of the site, referred to at 523. Provision of bus routes and stops referred to at 542 falls short and still leaves a good deal to be desired. But even this provision will be dependent on the timescales and progress of other phases, leaving residents, especially those with mobility issues, at significant disadvantage for some time. In short, this application is premature. It must and can only be assessed in the context of reserved matters applications across the whole of the development site. And the importance of that phasing and timing of the development is recognised by the inspector in Annex B, requiring a detailed phasing strategy and development framework document setting out full details of a number of key aspects. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well within your 3 minutes. And if you'd like to just sit for a second and see if there's any questions from members. Does anybody have anything that they wish to ask? Councillor Widdowson.
Thank you. Given your knowledge of the area and from what you've just said, it's mainly going to be family homes. What do you think and do your residents think the impact is going to be on the local schools and journey times across that area?
What I've highlighted there is the proposed housing mix, which you'll see is quite deliberately focused on larger properties, 4 bedrooms for the most part, with no provision of the properties at the smaller end of the range. The rationale that's given is that there are plenty of those smaller properties in the pipeline elsewhere in the city. And the Savills report that I've referred to in here is offered as some justification for that. But loading larger family homes into this quadrant of the development, probably at a point when the school that's Plan A doesn't exist, would put much more pressure on schools such as Huntington Primary School, where parking at drop-off and pickup is already a nightmare. And because of the limitations of North Lane, I know that that's outside of our consideration here, but nevertheless, very unlikely to walk or use cycles. That would be dangerous. And it would just increase the number of car journeys to access that educational provision. That's why I'm expressing those concerns.
Okay, Councillor Eyre.
Thank you, Chair. It was on a similar line. I'm going to ask a similar question to officers as well, because I was equally surprised at the suggestion that people don't want to live in 1-bed homes in the suburbs and that they should always sort of centralised in the city centre. Is there significant evidence of demand for those smaller level properties, especially considering the amount of employment land there is in the Huntington area, and also the ability to travel and work the opposite side of York?
Well, as you will be aware, this is in very close proximity to Monks Cross Vanguard. It would be an area where a housing mix would be highly desirable. The smaller properties are certainly in demand. But my concern is also that the community that's created by a development that is primarily those larger properties with no provision, and it's there in the report. There may be some bungalows, a small number of bungalows in a later phase elsewhere, but that's not yet subject to approval. Clearly, it's not a provision for older members of the community. It's not a provision for younger members of the community, first-time buyers. It would be a very particular community that this development, I think, would be skewed and would not be creating the kind of, well, it's referred to as a village. Well, I think that demands a more multi-generational experience.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? Not seeing further indications. So thank you, Councillor Colwick. If you'd like to take your seat back in the public gallery. And I will invite Jenny Hanbridge, who is the agent for the applicant, if you'd like to come to the table now, please. I've not had anybody else register to say that they're available to come to the table, so I don't take registrations sort of on the fly. It's all to be registered in advance. So Jenny, I'm hoping that you will therefore be able to answer questions if there are any from members.
Yeah. Yeah, there's two representatives from Redrow who would assist me on technical matters if.
So they should have been registered in advance. We are quite strict about saying that I need to know who's in the room and who's available. So I'm afraid I'm not going to be able to accept additional people to come to the table. Right. So yeah, that's going to be one for the future, in that respect. So you'll have 3 minutes to address the committee. If you just want to start in your own time, if I think you're running over, I'll just give you a heads up to say that you're near time, but please don't go over your time when we get there. And if you just then sit tight, there may be members' questions for you, if you'd just like to start in your own time.
Yeah, okay. Good afternoon, Chair, members and officers. I'm speaking today as the planning agent from Johnson Mowat, representing Redrow Homes. We're pleased to see this reserve matters application recommended for approval and would like to thank the planning officer for a well-balanced and thorough report. This application was submitted in December 2023 and follows the grant of outline planning permission for 970 new homes, associated infrastructure, a new primary school, green spaces with play provision, country park, community facilities and convenience store. The outline permission also secured the points of access from North Lane amongst Crosslink Road. Outline planning conditions require the submission of development framework document to ensure the site is delivered comprehensively as it comes forward in phases. In order to develop the principles within the development framework document, Redrow Homes approached the council and set up a series of regular workshop meetings with officers to discuss how the framework document would address matters such as infrastructure phasing, connectivity, landscape integration and housing mix. This process spanned a year of ongoing dialogue with the council officers, fostering a positive working relationship with officers. This document is now approved and provides an overarching guide for the preparation of all reserve matters across the site, including this application today. Redrow Homes are highly experienced in delivering strategic sites of this scale and remain committed to continuing engagement with both officers and the local community. This includes working closely with both ward and parish councillors to address any concerns and mitigate any impacts during the site's delivery, particularly around matters such as construction, traffic, noise or access. Johnson Mowat have been involved with this site for well over 10 years, promoting it through the local plan and supporting the planning applications. We will continue to represent all parties across the site to ensure that reserve matters and condition discharge applications remain consistent with the approved applications, the outline principles and development framework document, and do not prejudice the delivery of later phases. The reserve matters proposals presented to you today are the result of collaborative working between the applicant and council officers. We are pleased that the scheme has received officer support. The site is allocated in the local plan under policy ST8, which has also supported the preparation of the framework document. There are no objections from statutory consultees and no technical or environmental constraints that will prevent approval of this reserve matters application. Redrow Homes are pleased to bring forward this first phase of development, a scheme which has evolved through discussions with officers, which will now deliver an agreed housing mix of 212 open market dwellings, 94 affordable homes, 71 affordable houses will be M42 adaptable homes compliant, supporting inclusive and accessible living. In addition, the proposals include 8 self-build and 8 custom-build plots. Redrow have also worked jointly with Bellway Homes on the master planning of the site, with whom have submitted 2 reserved matters applications on the Central North phase and Southern phases 2A and 2B.
You're just over your time, but if you just want to wrap up, that would be great. Thank you.
Okay. The applicant welcomes the officer's conclusion of the application, which confirms that the housing mix, building heights and density are all acceptable and in line with the parameters agreed at outline stage. The applicant respectfully requests members consider the reserved matters proposals favourably and that you support the officer's recommendation of approval.
Thank you very much. So if you just bear with a minute, and if members, if you could indicate if you have any questions. Councillor Fisher.
Thank you, Chair. My question concerns something that's outside the red line area, but is obviously critical to the development as a whole. When the local plan was drawn up, there was a policy introduced that all applications must include, within 5.5 kilometres, must include space for dog walking and the like to remove the pressure on Strensall Common SAC. Now, clearly, we know there's a series of reserve matters applications coming in. Yours is the first. At what point will we trigger some development on that country park site, which was what was allocated to actually alleviate the pressure on Strensall Common? Because clearly, if you develop your site, 314 houses, then that will put pressure on Strensall Common if the country park is not actually developed. What are the plans between you and the other developers for actually developing that country park so it can do its job and basically provide the access for people to walk their dogs and such like?
The country park application will be a separate submission, as currently the both Redrow and Bellway are working towards delivering the phases of the residential element of the scheme. So the separate country park application will come forward, but it'll be at a later stage.
So what happens in the meantime if that is delayed by a couple of years and you've started developing and building? How will the mitigation for Strensall Common be achieved if the country park is not functional and developed by the time you develop quite a large chunk of your houses?
I mean, there are opportunities, obviously, within the developments for recreational use. But you know, as I've said, the country park application will be delivered at a later stage. And it's not something I'm able to comment on at this time in terms of when that will be delivered or indeed the application submitted.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Stewart, I had you next.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, on agenda page 38, the highways network comments, there's quite a few things on there which are not going to make it, you know, approve or refuse the application, I would say, but which seem very minor to me in terms of for developments worth tens of millions of pounds that I've expected you to get right. So, I mean, for example, we've got the paths are not wide enough, the material's not suitable, visitor car park spaces are shown which are actually private, the doors aren't wide enough on the cycle store, and obviously, well, I mean, there's bigger things about the 15% public transport, but they just seem quite minor things that I would have thought if it was my development of tens of millions of pounds, I'd want to get right rather than have a black mark against me. Have any of those, you know, been things you think will be addressed?
As you know, and I've presented here today, we have had numerous discussions with various officers, and I know highways was a key influence in what Redrow have presented and what's here for you to determine today. And I know that things like sort of cycle stores and that sort of thing, you know, has been discussed with the highways officer. So they are considerations that Redrow have looked into, and where necessary, they've addressed those.
Yeah, it might be something for officers later, but as far as I'm aware, unless I've missed stuff, these are things that haven't necessarily been addressed. I mean, perhaps an officer might want to comment on it. But I mean, so on the you know, what I say, relatively minor things about width of the door and everything like that. I mean, the parking space is either accurate or it's not. The width of the path, for example, not being wide enough in the material, if they haven't been addressed in the conversations that have been had with Redrow and the officers already, are you happy with them being conditioned?
Yeah, as I've already said, that, you know, there have been discussions with the case officer and indeed highways officer on matters to do with widths of drives, etc., and issues with sort of pathways, widths. So as I've said, that these are issues that have been discussed with officers.
I think it might be helpful for what you might want to do, Councillor Stewart, is ask a similar question to officers when we get to that point. I've just been having a slightly whispered conversation, and some of the comments that are here from highways were the initial comments, which some of them are addressed in the report and within conditions. Some of them may or may not have been addressed. So that question that you've asked there might be some additional information that officers are able to give you as well. Councillor Eyre? I think that line of questions complete. Yeah, so Councillor Eyre.
It's just getting through things so quickly, Councillor Wilson. Yeah, I'll just continue asking the same question to everyone. So looking at this, there are no market sale one beds. There are no social rent one beds, and a very small amount of shared ownership one beds. Why have you designed a scheme that has so little provision for people who want a one bed property?
The mix for this scheme is something that has been discussed with the officer, and there has been, as referred to within this committee report, there has been an assessment done by Savills on the market and you know, the types of housing that you know, for this particular area, you know, we would need. So in terms of the mix, you know, it is something that we have looked into. We've had an external consultant look into it, and from that, then we have come up with a mix that we feel, you know, is suitable for this type of area, and it's something that we believe, you know, the officer can support.
Any further questions from any other members? Okay, I'm not seeing any indications. So thank you very much for your time today. And if you want to take your seat back in the public gallery, I will move us on then to members' questions to officers. So as I say, this is the opportunity for members to ask any questions on anything in the report or anything that may have been raised in public participation. Councillor Eyre.
Thank you, Chair. Will come. There's absolutely no surprise what this question relates to. So across pages 65, 66, 67, I think it is, we've got a clear indication from our local housing needs assessment what the mix of this housing should be. And this development is absolutely nowhere near what it should be. To what level are we comfortable with that? And to what level is that a reason to push back?
The officer's assessment is outlined in the report. We have considered the whole development, the outline application as a whole, with different phases and the delivery of different housing types and tenures within those phases. It is a site that's a suburban site and it has garden village principles. And I think in that part that's reflective in this first phase. What I would say is that we had asked the developers to come up and to demonstrate what will be delivered in other phases that we haven't yet got applications for. And the assessments outlined in the report.
I think my concern, that's why I don't like these phasing of developments, is there seems to be sort of a suggestion of going, well, we'll get away with getting the family housing and we'll push the single beds down onto somebody else's problem. They're not going to want to have that problem. So if we then get subsequent phases where they each argue, well, we actually don't want to build one bed homes either. What
So-
point does that start to affect
So
the master
one,
plan?
so the other phase that Redrow are to develop in is the southern phase, which incorporates the community heart and the retail provision. And that's going to be located near to the school. And the original master plan, which has continued on, will demonstrate that that area will provide more apartments because the parking, having secluded integral parking area for apartments works better adjacent to a school. But that hasn't yet come forward, but that is something that we have considered moving forward, that and it will be down to officers if that application comes in and those parameters aren't met, that we will seek to secure them in whatever way that will be.
Okay. Further questions? Councillor Fisher.
Thank you. I know that this application was submitted in 2023. Has the country park application actually been submitted yet? Because obviously we're 2 years down the line from this initial reserve matters application. Has it even been submitted yet?
No, it hasn't, but we do have a timeline and we have a phasing strategy that was approved under conditions. And there is conditions within the outline application for management plan scheme for the SAN, which is the country park in effect, that will govern when matters need to be implemented, when the country park needs to be implemented.
And so where are the people who live on these first set of homes supposed to exercise the dog so as not to affect?
Well, there is a perimeter route that's referenced in the report, takes you from the northern roundabout up to North Lane, and that's meant to provide an informal route. And I've suggested that as an informal route, it probably provides a suitable area for dog walking. There is the central greenway running within the site that will be provided. So there are opportunities there for people to exercise their dogs.
So as a professional officer, you would say there's sufficient mitigators on site for this particular part of the actual application?
Well, we're just looking at one phase. The country park is part of the wider scheme and will be developed in line with the phasing strategy and the conditions on the outline. So it's a bit difficult to kind of separate the two, I think.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Melly.
Thank you, Chair. I also have some concerns about the sheer number of these houses before reaching certain trigger points in section 106 or essential amenities in future phases. In the outline consent, is there conditions attached about a timescale by which future reserve matters applications have to be submitted by? Or in the section 106, is there any kind of fallback arrangements if those trigger points in the future aren't reached to get some section 106 anyway for these related to this development?
So the reserved matters, the remaining reserved matters should be made to the local planning authority not later than the expiration of 8 years, beginning with the date of this permission. So they have up to 8 years from the date of this consent for the remaining reserved matters. And then the section 106, it depends on the contribution as to what the trigger point is and what the clawback procedures are if they don't meet any of those requirements.
But are there some alternative arrangements if trigger points aren't met because future phases don't go ahead for some reason? Is there some fallback arrangement to get some section 106 contributions?
Chair, can I
Yeah, absolutely.
on this
Yeah.
one? Well, the section 106 agreement does have it in front of me, I can go through it in some detail if necessary, but it does set out trigger points for provision of the contributions and other matters that were considered necessary to mitigate the impact of the development. So those trigger points are set out in the Section 106 agreement. They're typically linked, I can check the detail, they're usually linked to occupation of houses. But I would also say that the impact of the development of the outline permission for up to, is it 790 dwellings? 970 was considered at the outline stage, and all of the impacts were considered at the outline stage, and the mitigations that were considered necessary were all fixed at outline stage. And so that was the time to consider those matters, and those matters cannot now be revisited at this reserve matters stage.
So in terms of, Section 106 contributions for schools, for example, that was based on a number of properties being occupied. And then we've had it so that it's family homes that are coming forward first rather than the smaller homes.
I think unfortunately, if the 106 agreement was written in such a way as that it is on dwellings, it's not something that we as a committee can take into consideration in terms of our dealing with this reserve matters application. I think we all experience this, don't we, of seeing things that come through at outline, and then when we get to reserve matters, we sometimes think, why didn't they consider this, or why didn't they think of that? And I guess that's the learning for the next time we have an outline application, is to try and think ahead to those reserve matters. But unfortunately, that's kind of where we are in terms of that balance between outline and reserve matters. Did you want to add something, Sandra?
Well, yes, Chair, just to reiterate that as you know, outline consent has been granted, so the principle has been established at outline stage. You are now considering only the details of the appearance, landscaping, layout and scale for the 314 houses for this phase. So you could not refuse those reserve matters on a ground that was established, that was considered acceptable at outline stage.
Okay, I've just clarified as well with officers, the inspector's approval was granted in December 2022. So it was 8 years from December 22 that the reserve matters applications for the remainder of the site are to be submitted. So we would expect those to be submitted within, well, just slightly more than 5 years from today. So that gives you a sort of a time scale as the maximum time scale for which you would expect the whole site to have had its reserve matters application submitted. Councillor Widdowson.
I do have a question, but I'd just like to echo what Councillor Lomas says there to start with. Sorry, Melly, I always do that to you. Apologies, Councillor Melly. I'm really concerned about the impact on the local school, but if we're not allowed to discuss it, we're not allowed to discuss it. I just want it registered. If it's only about landscaping and stuff, one thing I would like to ask is, what have we done? And it's really minor in the scheme of other things that we're all going to be talking about. What are we doing about removing, preferably removing the fences that are discussed in here and putting in lots of hedges? Because there's an awful lot of discussion goes on through the different, whether it's been agreed already or whether it's not been agreed later or whatever. And you've got various trees and hedges being taken in and out. When I've read the report, if it's at the start or if it's at the end.
Just to understand your question, because I'm just so I think what you're asking is there's references in the report to whether or not a boundary should be a fence or a hedge, and I think that there's an officer that's kind of saying it's always preferable to have hedges where we can.
Yeah.
I think also the report also says that because they're on private land, they're not necessarily things that we can condition. But then there's also the existing hedgerows and trees on the site that are some of which are retained and some of which are removed. So your questioning is essentially, what have we done to try and have as much hedging as we possibly can? Is that the summary? Yeah.
Well, we've assessed the proposals in front of us. I think it sets out in the report that there is an issue regarding boundary treatments at the rear and what land registry require in terms of setting out a boundary line. The hedgerows the front of the dwellings will be hedgerow. And I don't think we can go any further than that. There is obviously an ecological consideration across the site about biodiversity. The outline was submitted prior to biodiversity net gain, but there's still ecological impacts, and that's set out in the conditions.
So we have to accept the fact that it's going to be big fences, and you can't condition, you can't say, could you put in, as the officer suggests, hedges all over the place? You can't do that.
Yeah, the houses have PD rights. We haven't removed those, but as far as the officers can go, I don't know if I can. My assessment's in the report on that.
Yeah. So I think PD, just for anybody watching or in the gallery who doesn't know, PD rights permitted development rights. So in effect, what we're saying is that we have to adhere to the conditions set outline and the requirements of land registry and what we can and can't reasonably condition. However, should a private owner in the future decide to take their fence down and put a great big hedge in the way, that would be perfectly within their rights, assuming it met any other planning obligation. But we're not in a position to condition further than that, I think is the summary. Councillor Ben Burton.
Thanks, Chair. Just a quick one I'm trying to get me around. On the Garth Road bit, obviously on this plan it doesn't show an access, it shows a kind of green edge at the bottom south end of the site with no access through to this path at the bottom of Garth Road. But when I look on Google Maps and everything, there seems to be a dog waste bin at the bottom of the things. It looks like a pretty defined public right of way that's probably likely to carry on being used. I can't quite get my head around whether that is a right of way or whether it's not, but if people continued walking down that path, then it would be a third access. I can't quite work out whether that's a right of way or not along the bottom way and how that then interlinks, because it says that there isn't any access through that bottom way, but it seems like he would just carry on going down that path. I don't know, just want to understand.
So in terms of Garth Road, there's no proposal for this to be formally used by this development. It's outside the red line boundary of this outline site and outside of the phasing, which is discussed at 4.15. So there's no formal arrangements relating to Garth Road.
Yeah, I'm just guessing if there is a right of way there currently, then is there not just going to be an access anyway?
I'm not sure on the status of whether it's a right of way. This was one matter that we went to appeal on at the inquiry as to whether Garth Road was important and necessary to provide sustainable transport measures. The owners who own Garth Road or part of it were not going to grant access for that. So we can't go any further with that. Garth Road is not part of this application site, it's excluded.
Okay. Any further questions for officers, or is everybody satisfied that we can move into debate? I think that is the case. So, as I say, I'm not at this stage looking necessarily for proposals. We'll formally come to that point in a minute, but I would welcome any indications of where people are thinking, any things that they think are worth the committee just debating and discussing before we move towards any proposals. Councillor Eyre.
Thank you, Chair. I think the least said about the inspector decision and what we've been handcuffed with, the better. But that has left us in a really difficult situation, not able to do most of what we should be able to do. So put that to one side. Very little in here that we can really work with. My concern remains, which will not surprise you, around the housing mix and how that's done. That is the one particular thing, and we've got very robust evidence. And I personally have reread, to Lindsay's comments, the officer report. I don't think there is strong justification around going against that. I think the applicant themselves say on page 68 that there is an oversupply in the city of one-bed homes. Well, that's not really relevant to this. We're talking about building a garden village. We're talking about building a community in Huntington. The fact that there is in Clifton some one-bed apartments being built, the fact that in Dunnington there's some one-bed, that doesn't really seem that particularly relevant to this one. young people in Huntington deserve to be able to stay and live in the area if they want to be able to live there, and actually saying to them, well, actually, no, unless you have a family in a 4-bed house, you have to move to the other side of the city in terms of that. This is a very large employment site in the area. We have Vanguard Centre, we have various different things. We're looking at people for workers. People need to be able to live and work, live near to where they work and be able to walk and commute that. We don't want to be saying to people, well, if you want a 1-bed house and you happen to work at Asda, well, go and live on the other side of the city and drive yourself or try and get a park and ride or bus back to that one. We talk a lot about key workers, and I was just doing a little bit of an assessment, and there's far more actual, even NHS staff around here. So you have a primary care facility within walking distance of this site. We have Foss Park Hospital on Haxby Road. We have a very large outpatient facility at the York Community Stadium, taking up the entire floor of that particular building. You have IAP services at Jockey Lane, again, within probably half a mile walking distance of that. That is a lot of key workers that will need 1- and 2-bedroom accommodation to live or to rent, to buy or to rent in. And then I think finally on that point is that talk about areas need families, and this is an area for families to live. To use the parlance that my children use now from Fortnite or whatever, families don't just spawn in as 2 adults and 2.4 children just coming out of nowhere. People tend to live with their parents, and then they move out of their parents' home into a 1-bed facility. They then meet a partner, perhaps. They then maybe go somewhere larger. They then start to have children, and they progress through that period from moving out to smaller homes to eventually, hopefully, if they want to, getting those 3-4 bedroom homes. So really struggling on that particular one point to support the application.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Whitcroft.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I do agree to some extent with a lot of what Councillor was just saying there around our hands are basically tied here. It feels like a lot of the traditional things that we want to look at around a planning committee regarding schools or regarding housing mix and transport has already been made, not necessarily by this committee in 2023, but by, I think, the inspector who imposed that decision on us. I don't think I was here for the 2023 one. I think it was before the election took place. So obviously I'd have single-handedly stopped it if I had been here. But I do agree regarding the housing mix. I think it's a slightly more complicated issue. I do appreciate your effort to get down with the youth, though, Councillor Aaron, talking about Fortnite there. But I think it's a little bit more complex. I do understand that it would be better to have single occupancy, dual occupancy places in this development, but they do exist across the city, and I think there is, I suppose, what we might call a natural social development around the idea that if you are living in a smaller apartment, in a 1-bed or a 2-bed, as I do, tend to be towards the city centre, whereas in the outer bits, perhaps less so. I think that might just be a natural way that suburbs and cities develop. So I think that might, and I appreciate Redrow's research coming through there and reflecting that that's the way the market is. Now, I agree, in an ideal world, we want to have a situation where there is a proper housing mix and people of all ages and different family makeups get to live in the same area. I think that should definitely be the ambition. Feels like it's slightly out of scope and won't be able to come into the planning arrangement there. But I just want to give my thoughts there. And also on the drainage board, I was quite concerned about the Foss Drainage Board or Internal Drainage Board objecting in the original report and finding it very difficult, but I'm very pleased to see the update here. I do think the kind of idea that it's around the turning area, that now that's just going to be sort of a civil matter between the board itself and the developers. I appreciate that, but I think we should keep an eye on that, I guess, as a planning authority and as a local authority, because those things do end up becoming our problem as well. So yeah, our hands are pretty much tied on this. I think it's a lesson for all of us that when we do get outline permission coming through, we should focus a bit more on the detail, I suppose, around the conditions and try and get, if we are going to make an approval, rather than have the inspector impose it upon us, perhaps we could be a bit more pragmatic in the kind of conditions we want to impose. But yeah, I can't really see any reason to refuse this.
Okay, thank you. So Councillor Melly and then Councillor Widdowson.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I agree that if we were looking at this as a standalone full application, I think I would have a lot of concerns about it. I don't think we would usually approve more than 300 houses without any Section 106 contribution towards schools, for example, when it's almost entirely family homes. And, you know, concerns have been raised about hedgerows and hedgerow protection, which again, we're told are out of our hands. Yeah, all of my concerns seem to be around things which are out of our control, something that we can't consider in this application. Everything that we can consider in this application seems fine to me within policy. The cycle storage seems fine, the layout, the design, everything that we can consider seems within policy and acceptable to me. So I'm happy to support officer recommendation for approval.
Thank you, Councillor Melly. I'm just going to be just clear for anybody watching and in the public gallery. There is a 106 agreement around schools that's at the outline layer. So the outline level, they make the 106 agreements. It has a plan A and a plan B. So there's a plan A, which is to build schools if there is sufficient demand, and a plan B, which is to make a contribution to existing schools to meet need, depending on how the site pulls out. So I absolutely hear what you're saying in terms of were this a full application, but just for the avoidance of any confusion, there is 106 contributions to schools. It's just not something that we can consider when looking at this reserve matters application.
Sorry, from my understanding, it sounded like that was the trigger point wouldn't be triggered by this application, though. It'd be the cumulative impact of multiple reserve matters applications that would then trigger the school. That like just these houses being built and occupied wouldn't be enough to trigger any contribution to schools or building a new school. And so if this development is very slow to be developed, or if the future reserve matters don't come forward for whatever reason, that wouldn't be triggered and that contribution wouldn't.
My understanding, I perhaps can ask Sandra if she can clarify the detail. My understanding of the way the 106 is written on the education aspect is that the request from the education colleagues at the council was that they wanted to have some flexibility over whether or not the site as a whole, as it develops out, develops sufficient demand to justify a new school, because there's a falling birth rate nationally and locally. So predicting sort of 5-10 years hence, even outside of this application and just generally across the city, is quite tricky for schools at the moment. So I think what they wanted was flexibility as to whether it would be most prudent to support the existing schools in the local area by delivering some money to them in terms of expansion or improvement, or whether it was that this actually was going to generate enough to warrant an entirely new school being built. So that is my understanding of how the 106 works. I don't know the specifics of the trigger points in terms of at what point those decisions get made. I don't know, Sandra, have I summarised that sufficiently?
Chair, yes, you have. I do have the Section 106 agreement here. I didn't draft it. I'm just looking at it. It is quite complicated. So I don't want to hazard what the actual trigger points are, because I don't want to just on the hoof do that. But I'm happy to discuss with Councillor Melly later. But as you said, the fundamental point is it is what it is, unfortunately, and that's not for reconsideration anyway. Thank you.
Thank you. And I've just had it drawn to my attention. Page 45 at 4.8 does give a brief summary of the Plan A, Plan B, and a summary of kind of at what points triggers might happen, but without the specific details, which, as Sandra says, is perhaps a bit more complicated. Okay, next on my list was Councillor Widdowson.
I'm really concerned about the housing mix now that it's been explained to me fully. There's been numerous conversations especially with the NHS staff at the stadium, which is a massive facility, and you very often end up in conversations with that area where they say, we can't get people to work here. They're working on shifts, they are key workers, they can't get any facilities here, and they struggle to actually get any transport there unless it's in a car that's their own car. They can't get in and out of the place. So I actually think that there is a real issue with the housing mix and putting it all as families first rather than mixing it around. We wouldn't do that for 300 homes anywhere else. We just really wouldn't do it. So I've got a real concern. Are we allowed to say, come back with a better housing mix? If we're allowed to do that, I think we should say that. The rest of it, the other bits and pieces that we can or we can't talk about, you know, fine, they'll be whatever they are. But the housing mix really, really worries me, because if we're going to get people to work at the NHS as key workers, if we're going to get people to go to all of the different businesses around there, they are not going to be people that are buying for the first time a 3 or 4 bedroom house. So I think we should have a bit of a mix so that you can do it across the piece and so that you have a better mix inside of the area that you're creating.
Okay, so if the committee were minded to revisit that, the mechanism would be to defer it. And the officer advice is set out in the paper that this meets the tests for approval. So you would have to have justifiable grounds that the committee was acting reasonably. One of the reasons why this has come to committee by default is because we are close to a non-determination deadline or a risk of non-determination. So committee would also have to be mindful of the risk of that, which would mean that the developer could go to appeal for the fact that a determination had not been made. And that is how we ended up with the outline approval. So we just need to be clear-sighted on what exactly the ask is and what's reasonable and proportionate. But that's the advice that I've just had. So it's not that you can't, but it's very much with that caveat.
Just 1 second, Chair. So we can ask for the housing to be looked at if we're being reasonable. We can ask.
I'll perhaps ask Becky to put things clear rather than it being coming from me. I'll ask Becky to give the officer advice on that.
Can we do that, or are we basically in a corner because it's already been to the inspector, and if we do anything?
No, it is considered as part of this application, and if you wanted to do that, I would suggest deferral rather than refusing it on that ground, because my advice would be against any form of refusal on that ground. The officer advice is clearly set out in there as to why we've obviously been through the discussion since 23 with them. We've challenged where we've got to, and they've given us an independent report from Savills that would be used if we went to a public inquiry to clearly show their evidence base of where they've got to. We've looked at that, we've looked at the site as a whole. So we've made a balance, and that's how we've got to the decision where we've got to. So we've had to take it all into account is what we're at. And I understand completely what you're saying, but we've had to balance not just that, we've had to balance where we are with the site as a whole, where we are with the evidence base that they've given us to, and the fact that we've got a target date of the 5th of November. Which doesn't even, this is why it's at this committee, because it wouldn't get to the next one afterwards.
Okay. Councillor Fisher, I had you next.
Very much indeed. Why is it always jammed tomorrow? Every time there's a housing development in the north of York, we always promised infrastructure improvements somewhere down the line. The trigger points are a long way down the line. We have to put up with the houses that are built and the chaos they cause. And that we're tied by the Section 106 agreement, but surely we should be moving to a situation where infrastructure is put in at the same time as the houses. I mean, I can understand for a small developer, they may struggle to find the revenue to do it, but Redrow made a pre-tax profit of 273.5 million in 2023. So I'm sure they could afford to put some of the infrastructure in at the start. I'm also worried about the effect on the health centre, because I'm a patient of Haxby Group, which operates the local surgery in Huntington, and getting an appointment is a nightmare. It is literally 6 weeks wait. I appreciate we're tied on at North Lane. I think it's a terrible decision by the planning inspector, but we're stuck with it. But again, I have concerns about the housing mix, and I echo what's been said there. I did a weighted average for the houses, and it's 901 bedrooms on 306 houses leaving beside the self-build, which is 2.94 bedrooms per property on average, which is bearing in mind that when we did our market assessment a couple of years ago to draw up the Strensall with Towthorpe neighbourhood plan, and the Earswick neighbourhood plan came to the same conclusion. The major demand in the Strensall, Earswick, North Huntington areas for 2-bedroom properties with a mix of 3 mixed in. There's very little demand in that area for 4-bedroom properties. There are lots and lots of them. So I do feel that the housing mix is wrong, and relying on later phases to provide that is not providing the housing that we need for the first-time buyers now. So I'm struggling to find a way to support this. Whether there's reasons for, refusal, I'm not sure, but I don't think I can support it on the present application. I think it's just too flawed. It could be so good. but I just don't think they've thought it through properly.
Thank you. And Councillor Jane Burton.
I'm also concerned about the housing mix and the shortage of one-bedroom housing, and the fact that so many people are having to move out of York, or young people can't afford to live here. So that really concerns me. I wonder whether that could be addressed in the next sections that are built. Can we stipulate that they must contain more one-bedroomed or properties? Is that a possibility that we could do? I don't know. No. And I think it brings us back to the fact that it's a very great shame that at the outline stages that this wasn't tied down stronger to make sure that we're getting the housing that we do need. Because I think you're right, we do need, despite what Sav will say, I think what we see from people is that they're having to move away, young people. The only thing I thought of as well, because I'm a great user of community stadium NHS facilities, they do have park and ride now, which obviously goes from 5:30 till 10:30 to get to and from it. But that was I was just thinking that as a mitigation. But yeah, I do worry about this, but I also realise we are constrained with what we can and can't do with the planning regulations, which is a very frustrating position to be in. But we are in this situation.
Okay, thank you. I will come back to you, Councillor Widdowson, but I'm just going to go around people who haven't spoken yet, and then come back around. So, Councillor Stewart, I saw you indicate.
Thanks, Chair. It's disappointing that we're once again being told of deadlines we have to meet, not least when this outline application went to the Secretary of State because we hadn't met the deadline, and so it was non-determination. And we do hear that an incredible amount of times at this committee. For me, I mean, I've said before, I don't like outline and reserve matters. I think you get sort of outline is, oh, we'll deal with it, reserve matters in the perception, but then it's already been dealt with. But for me, it is a quite straightforward decision planning wise, because there's lots of things that people don't like for entirely justifiable reasons on the housing mix, for example. But I don't see them anywhere near getting the bar for refusal planning wise. So I think, and deferral as well, I think is very much the same sort of thing. Deferral would be unnecessary, I think. So we may not like lots of aspects to it, but I would think it has to be approved based on the planning system as we have it.
Thank you, Councillor Stewart, and hopefully some of the amendments to the scheme of delegation will mean that we do get these things through much further from their point at which they might be at risk of non-determination appeals. So that is very definitely something that I think is within our sights. I was just looking for anybody else who wanted to make any contribution, and I will come back to Councillor Widdowson for further contribution. I'm not seeing other indications, so Councillor Widdowson.
I just want to make sure we can't refuse it, right? But we could defer it and ask for a better mix. That's not unacceptable. That wouldn't get us into hot water.
You could, but we've only got an agreed extension time until the 5th of November. So then the applicant could then take it to a non-determination appeal, and it's taken out of our hands. That's the real risk. This is why we've said, and we've looked at everything, and there's been a clear assessment made on the evidence that we've had. So yeah, you could, but the risk is that you don't then get to make the decision on it in.
Would we be able to make any progress on that in that length of time? Because otherwise it is what it is. So would the...
No, because if you defer it from committee, there isn't another committee date before then. Oh. Stop then.
I think what you have to assume, Councillor Widdowson, is that we have a local housing needs assessment that sets out what's required across the city and across sites. Officers work to that housing needs assessment, and they work within what's reasonable, and they will be seeking to meet that housing needs assessment. The report sets out why they've come down on a slightly different side. So I think you can assume that there's been an ongoing dialogue between developer and officers about the housing mix and the tenure mix. And as was mentioned by Lindsay, I think, you know, they're also looking at it not just in terms of this specific reserve matters application, the broader site and the broader city and what else is in the pipeline. I think you can probably infer from that it's unlikely to change before the 5th of November. And so that, you know, it's up to committee in terms of which way they wish to vote. Officers have made a clear recommendation. That's what it is. Councillor Stewart, did you indicate you wanted to add something as well?
It was just on that point, because we talk about the 5th of November, but surely it's unlikely to change full stop, because, you know, Redrow have made a decision on how they can sell the most houses at the best price for them, which is absolutely fair enough. So officers are going to ring them and say, we'd like you to change the mix. They're going to say, we wouldn't like to change that. Is it policy compliant? Officers are going to say, yes, it is. And then Redrow are going to say, well, please resubmit it. And as we've already been told at this committee, quote, we can't refuse it. We're just going to approve it the next time. So if we want a way just to add bureaucracy to make the same decision, then go through the deferral. But it seems to make no sense whatsoever to me. So, you know, we don't like aspects, but to me it's an approval.
Thank you.
Sorry, Chair, can I just clarify what is being meant by we can't refuse it? I think it is open to members to refuse, but just to clarify, but I think your officer advice is that would be inadvisable, but just to clarify, it is an option open to members.
I said that one of the members talking about we could defer it specifically said the phrase, we can't refuse it. Well, obviously we can, but obviously that member meant it's not the high enough bar to refuse it.
Yes, I
in
just
their
did
view.
clarification.
But clearly we can do anything.
Yeah, sure, absolutely.
If only. Thank you. Right, I think I'll just give my quick 2 pence worth, and then I'll look for anybody who wishes to make any proposals. I have every sympathy with what Councillor Fisher said actually about Jam Tomorrow, and I was thinking particularly about the Hungate development as a classic example of something that was set at outline, was promised and promised and promised and not delivered. And I think probably all of us around the table will know of similar developments, particularly the larger ones. And I would hope and wish that we had stronger levers and stronger tools to be able to deliver the infrastructure alongside. Absolutely, I think we'd all be on the same page on that. But as you know, we are bound to operate within the legislative framework, and that is our job, is to test applications against the framework as it is. Not as we wish it was, and applications as they are, not as we wish that they might be. And so in that respect, my sense is that this report sets out some of the shortcomings of this application, some of the benefits of the application. I think it makes the case very, very clearly as to where the balance has had to be judged. And for me, it falls down on the right side in terms of I think we would be on a hide into nothing to seek to refuse it, and I see no prospect of any significant change in the mix on this site in terms of the housing needs assessment. But I think that clear cases have been made in terms of the type of mix of tenure that might be required in this part of the city and indeed across the whole city. And I would hope that the developers present and any watching will have that in mind and take that on board when they are thinking about the future phases of this site and indeed other similar sites across the city coming forward. It is very clear that York is a city that we know that there's an issue around affordable housing, and we know that there's an issue around some of the tenure mix of the types of housing that's available to people in the city. With that said, I think I'm also going to just make the point, this site does deliver the 30% affordable housing that is the minimum policy requirement. And I will just keep reiterating, the policy as written in the local plan is 30% as a minimum. And if we as a city are going to meet our affordable need across the lifetime of the plan, we need some of these sites to come through above 30% minimum. And so I think it's really important that we keep stressing that point. And the final point that I just wanted to note, and it's policy compliant, so I can't make any further sort of points around this, but the mixture of the dwellings that are Part M1 and Part M2 in terms of accessibility, there's only there's 3/4 of the dwellings that are coming forward in this that are accessible and adaptable dwellings over the lifetime, and 1/4 of them that are only visitable. And I would have thought, from a purely commercial point of view, putting aside all the moral and all those other arguments, having dwellings that can be adapted and changed to be fully accessible across the lifetime of the person who's living in that would surely be a huge selling point. So again, it's policy compliant, but I would really hope that when developers are thinking about other aspects of this outline plan and future applications in the city, that we are seeking to get 100% of the houses accessible and adaptable over the lifetime, because I think we have to be future focused in terms of the people who are going to be living in those houses, not tomorrow, but in 10 years and in 50 years time. So that's me in terms of that. But otherwise, as has been said, I see no defendable grounds to do anything other than accept the officer recommendation. So with that, I'm just going to seek anybody who wishes to make a proposal. Councillor Whitcroft.
Thank you, Chair. Having agreed with everything you said, I move the officer's recommendation to approve.
Thank you. And can I have anybody to second that? I saw Councillor Melly first. I'll take that as seconded. Okay, so Becky, do you want to just summarise and then we'll take a vote?
So the application is a reserved matters application, which is recommended for approval, subject to all the conditions outlined in the case officer's report.
Okay, so if I can see by show of hands, all those in favour of that proposal, if you could indicate now, please. Okay, and all those against? And any abstentions? Thank you. So I make that 7 in favour, 3 against and 1 abstention. So therefore that is approved, subject to those conditions. I'm going to propose that we take a short adjournment now. It is just coming up to 6 o'clock. So if I could have everybody back here by 6:10 prompt, and we'll get on with the next application. Thank you. Okay, welcome back everybody to today's meeting of the Planning Committee. We are moving now on to agenda item 5B, which is the application for Spark York, which is on Piccadilly and begins at page 93 of the application pack. Just before we begin, can I just remind members and officers to make sure that you're speaking very clearly into the microphones, pull the microphone close to you, just to make sure that everybody can hear properly in the room and watching online. If I can hand over then to Becky to talk us through the plan, please.
Thank you, Chair. So this is a full planning application for the continued use of a multi-use, mixed-use development, including commercial, business and service users, food and drinking establishment and multi-purpose event space for a temporary period of 5 years. So you can see this is the location plan here. The application site is outlined in red here. This is the ground floor plan. You can see in relation to Piccadilly here, neighbouring properties to the north there. And again, the first floor plan. That's it in terms of your plans. That's what you've got. I'll leave it on the site plan for you.
Okay, thank you very much. Is everybody clear on the site plans? Any questions or queries? Not seeing any, so I'll move us on to the officer update. Sorry, I didn't introduce you, Jonathan Kenyon, as a senior planning officer. If you'd like to give us the update, please.
Thank you, Chair. Committee update on the conditions. We've provided the wording of what condition 3 stated on the previous planning permission to clarify for members, so they can compare that against the condition that's now proposed in terms of controlling amplified music on site. There is an amendment to the condition as it was drafted in the officer report. There was an error in the report in the papers in terms of condition 3 and the time it referred to for the cut-off point for the playing of amplified sound. It incorrectly said 9 PM and it should be 10 PM. So we've set that out. We've also received an additional representation from Councillor Waters, that's included in the members' paper. It's at the back of the additional information. His grounds for objection can be summarised as the development being unsuitable in the conservation area, unsuitable on residential amenity grounds, an unreasonableness that for neighbours to expect temporary emissions to remain temporary. And the continued use of the site is delaying sale of the site, which would provide a capital receipt for redevelopment. That's the extent of the update.
Okay, thank you. So I move us on then to the public participation part of this hearing. So we've got a number of people registered to speak, and I will invite you up to the table and you'll have 3 minutes to address the committee. I'm just going to slightly vary the order as has been distributed in the room, just to accommodate somebody for timing wise. So if I could first invite Mr. David Chatfield, if you'd like to come to the table. And Mr. Chatfield, the microphone in front of you has a little sort of button that looks a little bit like a Wi-Fi signal. If you press that, it should go green. That means your microphone's live. And if you'd like to start in your own time, you have 3 minutes to address the committee. I'll let you know if you're running over your time. And then if you just sit for a minute, I'll just check if anybody has any questions on anything that you've said. But over to you.
Okay, I'm David Chatfield. I live at 4 Fossbridge House, which is the old FR Stubbs building. So I'm a neighbour, but not right up against Spark. I can see the facility across Merchant Gate. I've not experienced noise or odour problems. Noise is easy for me. I just turn my hearing aids off. So no problem there. My sense of smell went when I was working in the chemical industry. So no noise and odour, no problem. I understand it's a very popular eating and drinking establishment. I've been there myself, I've eaten, I've enjoyed it, and I understand why it's so popular. And that it's valued by those who do go and eat and drink there. But Spark was approved on a temporary basis back in 2017. We're now talking about going from 2017 to 2030 if this application is approved. That's 13 years. That's not temporary. And, you know, if Spark were being approved on a permanent basis, you would be turning this down. You wouldn't be going for repurposed containers. You wouldn't be approving it right up against neighbouring properties. Spark was always going to be a meanwhile use development, but it was also temporary, and it was 3 years temporary. Let me skip to the end. My concern is the impact on the residential properties, such as Nelson's Yard. I have visited Nelson's Yard. I wanted to get a feel for what was the impact. The impact on the ability of those residents to enjoy their outside facilities, the gardens, the terraces, is severely impacted. And it impacts the value of those properties. There may have been a building that came up after Spark was there. Again, the idea was that it was for 3 years only, and we're now talking about 13. The way forward, as far as I'm concerned, would be to make a hard stop. My preference would be a hard stop, I don't know, pick a date, 2028 maybe, and say that is the hard stop. By that time, Spark have to have identified where they're going to move to. And I understand that if it's York Central, that won't be ready. If it's Castlegate, it's not in the plan. There has to be other options. You can't just keep temporary moving on and on and on.
Just about at the end of your time, so if you could just do a quick wrap up.
Well, I can say, I think Spark, I think the council could look at the value of startup businesses that are coming out of there, because I think for now it's purely a drinking and eating establishment, mainly a eating and drinking establishment, and look at the value that it's providing to CYC. Is it providing that value? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So just for 1 minute, is there any questions from members? Or are you happy you understand what's been said? Okay, Councillor Whitcroft. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Chatfield, for coming along today. I appreciate the point you were making there, just around clarity. You mentioned that residents struggling to use their outdoor space in that sort of way. I would appreciate if you could just explain that just a tiny bit more regarding why that's specifically an issue with Spark and not what you would normally expect in terms of noise and smell living in the centre of a busy city.
I visited a townhouse in Nelson's Yard, and quite honestly, I would not go onto their terrace because you could almost reach across for a beer. Now, I'm as sociable as anybody, but I don't want that in my terrace that I bought. I don't want to be in the garden where, again, you feel you're part of a group of people that are attending Spark. You don't feel you're outside it. Those people bought on the basis that this was temporary. It's not temporary. They can't. I don't know how many of you visited those facilities, but I can't imagine anybody thinking they're going to use that terrace and those gardens on an individual basis. They've got beautiful terraces for their bedroom, living area, and then a garden. They can't make use of those.
Okay, thank you. Any further indications? No, I can't see further indications. So thank you for coming this evening. If you'd like to take your seat back in the public gallery.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I'll invite
Thanks for accommodating me. Yep.
Thank you. And I'll invite the next public speaker, which is Mr. Franz Wallmann. If you'd like to come to the table, and again, you'll have 3 minutes to address the committee. I'll let you know if you're running over your 3 minutes. And if you just, when you finish speaking, if you just hang on and see whether there's any questions from members. And if you just like to, the microphone is live, so you don't need to press anything, just start in your own time.
I don't need to press anything.
You don't need to press anything. I can see that it's on.
From 2018 to 2025, Spark, a 400-seat open-air venue, has generated significant community concerns due to non-compliance with local regulations. Public protection records show 16 complaints, 2 identified breaches, 3 warning letters, and a final warning issued in 2021. Between June 15 and August 15, 2022, I counted 14 complaints supported by audio and video evidence, which were inadequately addressed. What shouldn't be, cannot be. The condition at all times, there shall be no playing of amplified sound that would exceed background noise levels at the site boundary, does not work and has never worked. This is demonstrated by the over 100 complaints since April 2021 via the Spark Complaints WhatsApp group for neighbors, the latest of which was last week. Primarily citing excessive background music audible inside homes with closed windows. Living near Spark, some residents are mere meters away, enduring near constant amplified music that escalates with crowd size, creating a crowd noise music spiral effect and causing significant distress. Spark's 2018 opening violated point 10 of the 2017 approval regarding cooking odors, kitchen extractors and filters. When questioned, an official cited a desire to help businesses, despite widespread awareness of the issue. Spark's management falsely claimed in the application that no complaints were filed in the past 5 years, potentially misleading authorities. In 2022, Councillor Fiona Fitzpatrick advocated for affected neighbours, highlighting the issue's severity. Spark's management exploits lenient council oversight, benefiting from a favourable lease on council-owned land. This raises concerns about bias in the council's approval process, given its landlord role. The council's own guidelines for licensed premises, emphasizing sound insulation, closed doors and windows, etc., are disregarded at Spark, which lacks soundproofing. 4 consecutive so-called temporary approvals over 13 years contradict promises that Spark's tenure would end upon permit expiration. A 2022 email from a senior councillor assured swift disposal of the site, citing high interest, yet no action has followed. No? Comparatively, stricter decisions were applied to other local businesses, such as St. George's Hotel, Secret Restaurant, Howl Bar, and proposed containers in Wigginton, highlighting inconsistent enforcement. The Guildhall Planning Panel's stance, enough is enough, reflects the community's frustration.
You're just at the end of your time, so if you
Yeah,
just
that's
want to do a
one
wrap up, that would be
Okay.
perfect.
Granting further extensions or permissions violates regulatory standards and perpetuates harm to residents. I urge councillors to deny Spark's application, prioritizing community well-being and adherence to established guidelines. What I wanted to add, most of my neighbors are of my opinion. I was asked to say that.
Okay, thank you, and that's just a bit over your time, but
Thank you. I'm
happy with it.
sorry.
Members, do you have any questions? Councillor Whitcomb.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Wallman, for coming today. Once again, is this not, this is a city centre location.
Yeah.
There are plenty of restaurants, plenty of
Yeah.
bars with music, and smells from cooking.
Yeah.
Why is this specifically, is this not what you would expect living in the city centre
No,
in
it
terms
is
of
not.
having these kinds of things? Because there are so many examples of that being the case within 5 minutes, within a minute's walk of this location.
Yeah. This noise is far beyond what you expect as a normal, vibrant city noise. This continuously played music, that's the big problem, which is spiraling up because Spark is turning up the volume with the number of guests. And this is always higher and higher. And on a weekend, for example, there are hundreds of guests there. And you can't imagine how wild this noise is becoming. It's really, how would you say, boisterous directly. But, you know, I am not even the house owner, the closest house owner. There are people much closer to Spark. They can understand, I think, every word. They can listen to the music with windows closed, you must imagine. In one of the objections, a neighbor has written he has to wear earplugs that he can fall asleep. I don't know what to say. This is really not the usual noise of a vibrant city. I grew up in a vibrant city, in the middle of a vibrant city. Don't care, really, believe me, but this is different.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Widdowson.
Just so that I understand what you've said, first of all, thank you for coming.
Yeah.
Just so that I understand what you've said. So it's the fact that you're living there and it was temporary,
Yeah,
the license. So you expected at some point for that building to move somewhere else because it is temporary.
absolutely.
And also due to the construction, because it is temporary, due to the construction, it doesn't have what an awful lot of the buildings, because Councillor Whitcroft, you and I go into town and even at my age, wander around and listen to the noises. But due to the construction of Spark, there isn't the insulation against sound, there isn't the mitigation about the smells and things. So if the building was there and it was fit for purpose, it may mitigate some of the issues. So if it was a proper, rather than a tin container, if it was a proper, solid,
absolutely
insulated building.
I have been thinking about
right.
it.
Okay, just so I understand that's your point of view.
I've been thinking about it. You know, this would then match your own regulations, which what I read first. With the sound must stay inside the building, but it can't stay inside the building if there is no roof, if there are no nothing. There's nothing. It's just the containers. The sound is coming directly to us.
Thank you for that. That's what I wanted to understand. Yeah. So it's not Spark per se. It's just the way that it's.
No, it's not Spark, and that's not the problem. Of course not. And I like music, but not at times where I don't like it. And may I say to temporary? May I say something? Even if I'm not asked.
Because we've waited. If you can just make a very brief, I'll allow you that. But ordinarily, you make your point in your 3 minutes. I'll give you the benefit, but just a very brief something.
No. Four times. Approval, temporary approval is not temporary because it's in a row, it's consecutive. This is just one through. You can't say that is temporary. And this is, I think, contradicting even the how is it called, Town and Country Act, number 72 or something like that. I could read it.
Yeah. So yeah, I understand the point you're making, yeah. And I think that will be something for members to ask officers about and to come to their own determination in terms of when it's appropriate or otherwise to apply a temporary approval. And we'll certainly take that in. I think that will probably be the crux of what people want to consider. So unless there are other further questions for anybody, I'll say thank you very much for your time, Mr. Wellman. If you want to take your seat back in the gallery.
Thanks.
And next I have Mr. Matthew Laverack. And Mr. Laverack, you, as previously, you have 3 minutes to address the committee. I'll give you a shout if I think you're running over your 3 minutes, and then if you just want to sit tight when you're finished, and just in case there are any questions from members. So if you'd just like to start in your own time.
Okay. Planning officers are supposed to produce reports in the public interest, not in the interest of specially favoured applicants. It is not in the public interest for this monstrosity to blight the urban landscape or cause misery to residents. If this application was in front of a planning inspector, it would be dismissed. If it was subject to a judicial review, it would be quashed, and everybody here knows that. It is irrefutable.
Sorry, I'm just going to interrupt you there. We, as members of the committee, are not predetermined. We don't have a pre-approved view of things. We are advised by our officers who act to balance the legislation, and our job is to make sure that we're dealing with applications in the legislation. So I appreciate that you have a strong view, and you can very much make your case in terms of the planning balance and the planning legislation, but I'd ask you please not to make accusations either at officers or members of the committee in terms of their predetermination on this application. Thank you.
Has that time taken off my 3 minutes?
That's all right. I'll give you another 30 seconds on your 3 minutes.
Well, you had more than 30 seconds there.
Okay, Mr. Laverack, I'm not here to have an argument with you. I'm quite happy to be using my discretion to make sure you have a fair hearing. But I am asking you to speak within the bounds of this committee and within the expectations that we would have in terms of a public meeting in the way that people are addressed.
I hear what you're saying. It is irrefutable that shipping containers do not belong here. Spark should never have been approved, not even for 3 years. Planning officers have stated in writing that temporary approval does not overcome fundamental policy objections, but somehow for Spark it does. The argument of promoting economic activity is not a legitimate excuse for disregarding fundamental policies. This false argument could be applied to any non-conforming proposal anywhere in the city. There is no point in having planning policies if you are going to find excuses to tear them up whenever it suits you. This is a conservation area in the centre of an historic city where shipping containers are manifestly unacceptable. This is a two-tier planning on a council-owned site where the council has its own agenda. It is an abuse of the planning system linked to misuse of public assets to provide a subsidised site to favoured people.
Okay, I'm going to just interrupt you again, I'm afraid. You're making very strong accusations. I want to be absolutely clear. The planning authority acts completely independently of the council. It always has, it always will. And I would ask you to retract the suggestion that there is anything nefarious happening in terms of the way in which this committee operates, the planning authority operates in relation to this or any other sites, particularly those that are owned by the council. We are very, very clear that there is a very clear distinction between the council plan, the administration of the council, and the way that the planning authority operates and the way that this committee operates.
Yeah, I've been around for 50 odd years.
I would like you to accept that.
I accept what you're saying. I accept you have your views, and you must accept that I have mine.
You are welcome to your views, but what I am challenging is the aspersions that you're casting. And I'd ask you please to think carefully in terms of us being in a public domain and the aspersions that you're casting against the local planning authority, this committee, and the council. I'm very happy to hear your planning reasons why you feel that there may be any reason or your objections in planning terms. That's what we're here to discuss.
All right, okay, let's move on. Claims of containers being better than an empty site is nonsense. A 43-space temporary car park would generate 10 times the money Spark are paying, but without the eyesore or nuisance to neighbours, and the land would be readily vacant as soon as a buyer is found. This business began with a promise of only 3 years, then only another 2 years. Then we were told another 3.5 years, but that would definitely be it, and the site would be cleared by the end of 2025. But here we are again, this time with the longest ever timescale of 5 years. Things are getting worse with each application. There seems to be no end to the demands of Spark. The directors seem to think they have a right to a subsidised site in this city indefinitely, when clearly they don't. They were here for 3 years, 3 years only. There was never any talk of at some time in the future they would move on to another site. We don't need 5 more years of this. You would be doing this city a great service today if you refused to rubber stamp this recommendation, but voted instead to bring this nonsense to an end and finally rid Piccadilly of this grotesque aberration. That's all I have to say.
Thank you very much. Members, do you have any questions for Mr. Labrack? Councillor Ben Burton.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to raise first of all as well that you raised about parking and it being used parking up being more beneficial, but as a planning authority, as planners here, we're not really looking at whether it's beneficial to the council. It's about whether it's beneficial to the local area, or I guess would be the pushback from a planning perspective on that, just to keep in mind when you're answering questions. But I think what I wanted to ask you about was you said that it would be definitively squashed if it came forward as a permanent planning application, or if it went to an appeal to the planning inspector. But I guess my question is that I don't think these aren't uncommon features in other cities. There's lots of cities, historic places with box parks of this type and industrial units, and I'd consider Piccadilly quite an industrial area of the city historically, and we're a city that's a train city and shipping containers are relevant to the trade industry there. So I guess you can make a lot of reasons on the modern architectural background as to why it would be acceptable in that location. So I just wondered why you felt so strongly that it wouldn't be.
This is a site inside the historic city walls. It's supposed to be a conservation area. What we're talking about here are shipping containers. They are manifestly alien to the area.
Okay. Any further questions? Councillor Whitcroft.
Thank you. I just wanted to check. Do you really think that a car park would be less of an eyesore, less sound, less pollution, less smells than what currently exists?
Sorry, Councillor Whitcroft, I'm not going to allow you to ask that question. We are dealing with the application that is before us, not any alternative use for the site. Were an application for a car park to come forward, we would be assessing that against the local plan policies as well. And as I think Councillor Burton's indicated, that there may be questions as to whether that would also be acceptable in terms of the planning balance. But we are only here to determine the application that is before us. Any further questions from members? I don't see any other indications. So thank you for your time, Mr. Laverack. If you'd like to take your seat back in the gallery, and we will continue on to members' questions to officers. So, oh, I do apologise. I've got two of them. Do you know what? I was looking at the time. I'm so sorry, Councillor Clark. It's because you've gone over the end of the sheet. Ah, wishful thinking, eh? Wishful thinking. Councillor Clark, I do apologise. You have 3 minutes to address the committee. You know the score if you'd like to start in your own time.
Thank you, members and colleagues, for the opportunity to speak tonight. Spark supports new and emerging businesses, hosts community groups and events. It has a unique character and offer that is not available anywhere else in the city. It plays an important role in the economic and social function of the city centre, as the committee report states, and the site's use, as it, at least temporarily, is consistent with planning policies. It brings economic and public benefits and appears to tip the planning balance in favour of continuation. I contend, though, that questions remain of the impact on residential amenity, and there should be further consideration of how residents in the immediate area, those living in Mawson's Court and Nelson's Yard in particular, are being unreasonably affected by noise and disruption on an ongoing basis. The current mitigating measures are falling short of controlling noise levels generated by music, the staging of events, and overall operation that can be heard through closed windows and in residents' homes for the duration of Spark's opening hours. Many complaints are raised informally through the WhatsApp group between residents and Spark, rather than with the council directly. Two examples that prompted exchanges in the group early in the year pertain to DJ and acoustic acts. There have been clear breaches of existing planning conditions where background noise levels at the boundary have been exceeded. For all intents and purposes, current mitigating measures such as the WhatsApp group are reactive and not proactive. To quote the planning inspector from a recent enforcement appeal concerning short-term holiday lets, I always get that one in, and noise nuisance, measures are retrospective, and once the disturbance has occurred, its impact cannot be undone. Local plan policy ENV 5 on managing environmental quality permits development where it does not unacceptably harm the amenities of occupants in neighbouring communities. The amenity of the neighbouring communities of Mawson's Court, Nelson's Yard and Merchant Gate is being harmed, and Spark is not being a good neighbour. I'd also like to highlight in the consultation submissions that the objections outnumber support from those who actually live near to the site. In terms of the committee report, I welcome the reapplication of previous conditions and that no amplified sound should be played in external areas from Sunday to Thursday. I'd have preferred it had been 9, but I see it's been changed to 10, as well as the removal of the proposal to allow 6 unrestricted amplified events per year. But if the application is approved, is there not more that can be done to mitigate noise impact and protect residential amenity? Time restrictions on amplified sound in external areas can be applied to Friday and Saturday, as well as the weekdays, for example. Further, while noise assessment has been conditioned, there is no mention of a noise management plan. Although such a plan accompanied previous applications and for the proposed amplified events, whatever measures are currently in place, including the noise limiting equipment, they are not working and are reactive. The operators of Stark should re-evaluate any noise management plan they do have and produce a new one that is far more proactive and robust in its approach and does not rely upon residents to raise issues of noise and impact.
Just at the end, well, you just
I'm on
might
my
only
last-
be a
I'm on my
tiny bit,
last
you just wanna-
sentence.
yeah.
I ask the committee to bring to their attention these matters when determining this application. Thank you.
Sorry, I was waiting, thinking that you were just about to finish and then I wasn't sure, but thank you. If you want to just sit tight for a second, are there any questions from members? Councillor Widdowson.
Just picking up on your point about the WhatsApp group, in the report it says there's very, very few complaints. What's your understanding of the WhatsApp group?
My understanding of the WhatsApp group from residents, I'm not in it, but from residents is that there have been quite a lot of complaints in that. And like I've been saying, it's kind of reactive really. So they're far more in excess of the ones that have come through the council and to the council and they're in the report. So I think those are kind of unsaid complaints and that they should be taken into consideration, and that you know they need to be the mitigations need to be adequately considered really, and they're not being currently.
Just slight follow up. You also use the phrase "they're a poor neighbour."
I mean a poor neighbour in the sense that they're allowing noise to seep into residents and they're affecting residents, particularly those that live in close proximity.
So the operation again, if it was managed, if I was summarise what you're saying, if it was managed, if it was in a suitable building, if it was not having such a harmful impact on the neighbours, it would be fine because it is good what it does. Yeah.
I mean, I agree with a lot of that and what it is, but I think currently as it stands, it's not doing everything that it can to mitigate, you know, the issues of noise to neighbours. Yeah.
Thank you. I'm just going to ask a sort of a follow-up question, really. Again, just on the WhatsApp group in a slightly tangential way, I suppose. My slight worry is that you could say 100 complaints, I could say 1,000 complaints. We as a committee have no way of knowing, and it's an informal thing. As a ward councillor, I presume if you've had people coming to you, you've encouraged them to make formal complaints. And I just wondered what that conversation has been, because I'm conscious that in the report there are a listing of formal complaints, some of which were not upheld, some of which were upheld. And the danger we're talking about a WhatsApp group is what is reasonable for the spark versus what might be reasonable or not for the neighbours. And just in terms of how you've supported residents is
I mean, yeah, I mean, the residents, particularly Nelson's Yard, have contacted us several times, lots of times. Every time we meet them, they bring up the issues of there, and we do encourage them to make formal complaints. Sometimes they're a little bit disgruntled with that and don't feel they get anywhere. I think that's part of the reason.
And you know, and you may not know the answer to this question, but again, it's just trying to understand the severity and where things have got to. I'm aware that noise, you know, when there are noise complaints, one of the things that the council will do is offer to do sound recording within a property if that's deemed reasonable and proportionate. Are you aware of any of that having happened?
I mean, I'm not aware of any of that, and I think the only knowledge I have of that is what's in the report, which does say that there was some a trip to you know and monitoring.
Yeah, as I say, it's not in any way to suggest that they're not, you know, complaints, but it's just what we can and can't take into account and trying to understand. I don't have any further questions. Does anybody else have any further questions? Sorry, Councillor Jane Burton.
Just a quick follow-up, just to clarify from my own mind. So you as a ward councillor feel that you've had quite a lot of complaints about this spark and that they're not being a good neighbour in that they're not listening to the complaints?
Yeah, particularly from those residents that live in close proximity, like I said, Nelson's Yard and that particular that particular area, and that is all that they raise with us whenever we speak to them. I'm sorry, I missed the second part of the question.
Well, the Spark have not been a good neighbour in addressing the complaints.
I think the problem is that, I mean, yes, they have historically had noise management plans in place and communication plans in place with residents and those particularly, affected. But I think they don't work very well. And I think that's part of the problem. And I think they're reliant upon the residents getting in touch with Spark to say it's way too loud. And I think part of the problem with that is that the residents have already been affected by that, and that's an ongoing concern, and they shouldn't be affected like that. I think there needs to be a proactive approach where the residents don't even have to worry about that, but they're constantly worrying about that, and then obviously it happens, and then they have to get in touch with Spark, and sometimes they respond quickly, and sometimes they don't. That's my experience speaking to residents about it.
Thank you for that. It just made me think that whilst we can't go on hearsay, we can acknowledge what Councillor Clark is telling us as the ward councillor.
Yeah.
We trust him.
We
trust our colleagues.
It's absolutely something that we can consider when we're thinking about the overall planning balance and how we wish to deal with things.
Thank you.
No further questions, I don't think so. Thank you very much, Councillor Clark, for your time. You should like to take your seat back in the gallery. And I will invite Sam Leach, who is the applicant in support, if you'd like to come up to the table. Mr. Leach, you also have 3 minutes to address the committee. And again, I will give you a shout if I think you're running over your time. And if you just stay put when you're finished, there may be some questions from members. But over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, my name's Sam Leach. Excuse me. I'm a Director of Spark York, and I'm speaking in support of extending Spark's permission for a further 5 years. Since 2018, Spark has transformed what was once a vacant site into one of York's most vibrant community and enterprise spaces. We sustained 92 jobs equivalent to 68 full-time roles, generating over 5 million in annual turnover and contributing up to 2.4 million in annual gross value added to York's economy. An independent study found that for every £1 invested in Spark, we've delivered £12.83 in social return through community activity, events, volunteering and economic growth. Since opening, 26 businesses have grown from Spark into permanent premises, predominantly across York, strengthening the city's independent business base. Each year, over 100 community groups use the space, many free of charge, from youth projects and the York Social Enterprise Coalition to baby groups and female entrepreneur networks. Financially, Spark has contributed £252,000 directly to the council through rent, business rates and profit share, while reinvesting every pound locally into people, skills and opportunity. Ahead of this application, we held a resident meeting to engage directly with neighbours and listen to feedback. We initially explored hosting 6 live music events a year because we're passionate about supporting York's grassroots cultural arts and performers and about keeping the city's independent creative scene alive. However, we recognise that in its current form this isn't workable and have withdrawn that part of the proposal. We remain committed to ensuring the venue works alongside our neighbours, many of whom have submitted supportive comments. We continue to use the WhatsApp group to keep open, immediate communication between Spark's management and local residents. The 5-year extension reflects the updated timeline from York Central's developers, where early phases, including any relocation opportunities, are now expected around 2029. We've already provided architectural drawings to those developers. Extending our permission ensures continuity for traders and protects 92 jobs, avoiding an abrupt closure before a viable transition can take place. Finally, I want to acknowledge members from all sides of this committee who have supported Spark's journey over the years, and that cross-party backing has helped us grow into a nationally recognised model of social enterprise and regeneration. This November, Spark is a finalist in the Social Enterprise UK Awards for Community-Based Social Enterprise of the Year, and earlier this year we were proud to be runner-up in the British Street Food Awards for Best Food Hall in the UK. Spark is a York success story. Extending it for 5 more years means protecting jobs, nurturing enterprise and sustaining a project that delivers lasting economic, social and cultural value for this city. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And you were well within your 3 minutes there. That's always helpful to me as a chair. So members, if there are questions, Councillor Wardby. There's a few. If you could just keep your hands up until I've acknowledged you, but Councillor Wardby, you'll be asking you a question.
Thank you, Chair. In 1.2 of the report, it says that there has been a request to omit condition 3, stating that condition 4 covers it. In hearing from the 2 first residents complaining about loud noise, amplified noise, windows having to be shut, sounds like they're living in a prison, And to add to this, it's supposed to have been temporary. 10 years isn't temporary. What more can you do to alleviate the noise for residents living close by?
Well, currently we have twice a year we have a sound check within neighbouring properties in Nelson's Yard. So when our winter canopy goes on and when it comes off, we have a sound check to try and monitor that. We agree those levels from our background noise, which is a central amplifier and music system that has 10 speakers around the venue. That's then set at a level and it's never changed from that level. Sometimes factors outside our control, like the wind and other things, can increase that volume or can make it more obvious for neighbours. The boundary for us is well, effectively a fence and meters. We're, as you could see from the site location plan, we're immediately next to neighbours, and that is challenging. It as always has been challenging for us. We set the WhatsApp group. It was something that we decided to do. It's not an obligation for us to have that. We try and, as soon as we know of a neighbour that's moved into the area next to us, we add them to that group. I agree that group shouldn't just be there to be a reactive thing, although we felt that it was important that neighbours did have effectively 24/7 immediate communication to us. We felt that, yes, you can get more informal things, and I don't think that's always about noise. It can be about a whole host of reasons why somebody might want to message in that group. Ultimately, it has allowed us to build communication, even with objectors tonight, who we've had regular dialogue with. So, you know, our view is that we want to keep that communication going. I don't think there's anything fundamentally flawed. I think if you look at the complaints in the noise management plan, I wasn't aware until I spoke with the planning officer a couple of days ago that we haven't had any complaints since our last permission. I was told that we had 2 relating to noise, and I said, well, we were never alerted of that complaint. And in response to that, apparently there had been monitoring equipment set up, but it was deemed that there was no complaint whatsoever. I accept that our WhatsApp group is never going to be the solution to everything. Of course, neighbours are within their rights to complain if they feel that is the case. But my response to that is, I think it's a very harsh view to say that it's like living or in a prison-like scenario. I think you use that term, so I'll just use that. When the complaints don't back that up, I accept that this is a longer permission than we've ever sought. Honestly, I don't think we want to ask for a 5-year basis just for the sake of putting in a 5-year permission. We've got over 90 jobs at the venue. If we were to shut, then those jobs would be lost. We've always said that we want a transition that allows those jobs to move onto an alternative site. And we've spent thousands on architectural drawings to York Central's developers, and it's outside our control when that site is ready. That's our desired aim, and if they said that that site was ready in a year's time, then we wouldn't be putting a 5-year application in. We would be putting, I'm sure, 2 years to ensure that there'd be a transition for any delays. So that's the reason why we've put a 5-year application in, and that's a full application this time. It's not a variation to a condition, and that's obviously for planning officers to answer that, but that's the reason for the longevity of that.
Thank you for that. And can I just apologise? I just mean that I would feel like I was in a prison if I can't open my windows. That's all I meant. I didn't mean nothing else but that. I just say how I would feel.
Understood. Thank you.
No, that's fine. So when you say you do a sound check or whatever, you've decided on a level, who is we? And when you started this WhatsApp up, do you constantly keep an eye on the WhatsApp group and deal with any complaint that comes in there and then? So if like there's an issue at 7 o'clock or 8 o'clock, you literally deal with it by 8:30 at the latest, or do you know what I mean?
Yeah, of course. I mean, specifically on the WhatsApp group, yes, it's something that's active all day. All of our management are in there, myself and Tom, the other Spark directors, in there. You know, we encourage, or well, it's not an encouragement, it's a duty of the appointed duty manager on shift that they should be monitoring that at all times. Specific in terms of the noise check, so that happens at 1 Nelson's Yard, which is what we believe the closest property to the site boundary. How that works is that we have a member of our team, a senior member of our team within the neighbour's property. We then will so this is, as I say, after a critical time of the year. So when that noise could change, so when our roof is either on or off, and a neighbour will, we'll administer what that sound level is, and then the neighbour will be stood with our member of the team within their building with windows shut, windows open, however, a range of variables until they can't hear that noise at all, and that's the level that we then set it at. And then that's it. The noise isn't changed. We have within our office, there's a physical point, and it gets checked, and there's checks from the person when the music's turned on at the start of the trading day, to when there's a change of shift, to when we have to turn that off at 10 o'clock between Sundays and Thursdays. Obviously the music then is totally turned off at that point. And there's nothing else to it. That's it. And we will continue to do that, and we'll continue to run the WhatsApp, even though it's not an obligation of ours, because for us, we feel that neighbours should have immediate access to us. We live in we trade in such close proximity, and we totally accept that, that we're happy to be immediately contacted.
Just going to use my discretion just to jump in just for a point of clarity, and then I will come to you, Councillor Stewart, as the next hand I saw. Just in terms of your amplification system, so do you have a limiter on that system? As in, is there a limiter that's set, or is it that you're setting the gain at a particular level and then you're saying we're not touching the gain again?
Correct. It's just set at a specific level on there. There's no limiter within the system. It's obviously got a set amount of volume, and when we do the sound check, it might say that is a 5, and then it stays at 5. So it's not more developed than that, but that's how we set it.
And your active, sorry, your 10 speakers that you have around the place, are these all active speakers, as in they have their own amplification on them that could be varied, or are they passive, that it's all controlled from that central amplifier?
They're all passive, and they're also all inward facing speakers, so they all point in the opposite direction to any neighbouring properties, and they're all controlled centrally through the main amplifier, so that we couldn't independently change a specific speaker. There are 4 zones on that speaker, on that amplification, so in theory, those zones, so that, for instance, there's 1 zone on the ground floor at the front, 1 at the back, 1 upstairs at the front, 1 at the back. So in theory, they could be different volumes in different zones, but they're set unanimously across all of those 4 zones.
And in terms of the input that goes into that amplifier, is that a variable input? As in, could it be from a DJ mixer output, a guitar amp, some other feed of a CD player? Does it switch between different types of input?
I mean, it could do. There are inputs. However, it's used for in the site office for a iPad, basically, that plays a playlist of songs. I believe that itself has a set sound setting within it that stops significant changes of sound depending on the songs. But that's how it works.
So I think your issue is that you might need a limiter.
Okay.
Because if you've got an amp that's set at a specific amplification, if you put a different amount of input into that, it will amplify it by the same proportion. But if it's coming from a different source that's got a different gain input level, it will amplify it up across. So it won't be, if your limitation is on your amplifier across the 10 speakers, that won't always be consistently at the same volume.
Okay.
So if depending on how this goes, I would strongly advise you to look at a limiter on your system.
Okay, that's helpful advice. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Stewart.
Thank you, first of all, for the Labour Group giving us a chair who is a part-time DJ to give that expertise. You've also said that you've got dozens of people whose jobs are reliant on. So just a question about the application timing. It was made valid on the 25th of June 25. So I assume you didn't put it in long before then. It doesn't seem a great time frame given the importance of the decision. Just wondering if you have any thoughts on that.
It's a fair point. We'd had communication with council leaders. We'd had some communication with planning officers. That was a time when it was submitted, in the view that gave us necessary time before our current extension was to come to an end. I've got nothing more to say to that, really.
Okay. Councillor Melly.
Thank you, Chair. I've got 3 questions. I don't know if you're happy to ask them all, if you want to go to someone else, back to me. On a kind of typical busiest night, just like I assume Friday night and Saturday night is kind of peak time. Roughly how many people do you think you have at once?
I'd say around 250 is
Okay.
around a tops. We've got about 45 tables across the 2 floors that will, 6 to 8 people at tops. Obviously, that it could be less than that, depending on who's occupying those tables.
Great, thanks. And I think you said there'd been 26 businesses that had kind of started out in Spark and then managed to build to have a more permanent premises. How many businesses are there at a time in Spark?
I'd say there's roughly 15, 16. It can change. We can have some businesses that can occupy a full 40-foot container. Some that can be split sometimes into 20-foot units. We've also got our Spark Studios, which is a co-working space, and art studios as well. There's also a indoor multi-use event room in there as well. So there's 5 artists that also occupy the space, and we've got probably in the hundreds of members that use the co-working space, running small or one-man band businesses as well on a weekly basis as well.
And then 4 bars that I think Spark run themselves in addition to all of that. Is that right?
There's 3 bars.
3 bars, okay. And then my final question, if that's okay. So you did say how many kind of charities and community groups and grassroots campaigns you've hosted, but you said it really quickly. Can you
Sorry, I said 100 a year.
about 100 a year? Okay,
yeah.
great. Thank you very much.
Okay, Councillor Jane Burton next.
I've got a few questions. Hope they won't be too complex. So you said it depends on the wind sometimes, and that you only do a town check sort of twice a year and once when the canopy comes off. And we've heard from Councillor Crawshaw that there's a problem really with your system. So when people get in touch with you on the WhatsApp group, how quickly do you react, and what do you do?
Well, we'll 99% of the time, if it's happening, well, if it's happening within the trading day, you could expect a response within a matter of minutes, and then it will be making a judgment as soon as possible in terms of what the subject is. If the view is that, say, the music's audible, then immediately a manager would be expected to go to a boundary of the site and ultimately confirm that or not. If they deemed that it was, then they would be expected to turn the music down immediately if it was audible for whatever reason to neighbouring properties. And that's the expectation we set. It's an essential part of a manager's day is ensuring that they're as responsive as they can be.
But it is a bit, I mean, it's doesn't sound that fast to me. I mean, if somebody rang me up, I'd have to turn the sound down straight away so that I could listen to what they were saying. And I suppose when you're in the situation of trying to put a child to bed or whatever, and the music's loud, the wind's in the wrong direction, then it must be quite irritating. And I can see that you're doing a lot of good things for the city, and that you're really appreciated by a lot of people, perhaps especially young people, but not necessarily. But, you know, it's been brought up that you're not a good neighbour and that you're not responding well to the criticism. So, you know, I think if you were a better neighbour, we maybe wouldn't be having these conversations now. I've had neighbours that are good and bad, and some of them I'm very glad when they go over the years. So I think, you know, do you take on board the criticisms that you've been getting about being a good?
I do take that on board, but if I can answer that one honestly, and this is not as a criticism, but there's many there's neighbours who just don't want Spark to be there. They've never agreed with it. They'd rather it wasn't there for whatever reason that they're entitled to have. They would rather that there was a static, permanent building there that didn't have 250 people there, and I respect that. I respect that a lot, but I personally think that when we come around to planning committees, that often, understandably, people want to ensure that they're heard, and I respect that fully. But we seem to go for, I think, large parts of a time when we exist in pretty good harmony. Yes, there are messages, there's things we can do better, And then we get round to a time when ultimately it's determined whether Spark should stay. Understandably, people want to put their points across. And I think we've had neighbours that have were there way before then, and they've put support comments in now. So I really strongly refute the argument that this is a permanent nuisance to everybody that lives there. There's been support comments on the portal for this application who have said that they like living next to Spark. They've never found them to be issues with noise. They've always found us cooperative and decent. So to paint this out that a handful of residents, which is what it is, it's a fairly equal balance on the planning portal of people that objected and supported it from a residential point of view, some of which don't live here 12 months of the year anyway, then I just think it's worth remembering that there's different interests that are also relevant here.
So, yeah, yeah. What about moving the speakers? Could you, I mean, you said that they're in zones. Could you move the speakers that are nearest the houses away? You know, could you just do away with those?
I mean, I think as a condition of if this permission, if it gets accepted, is to submit a noise assessment anyway, which is one of the conditions. I have no objection for us speaking with that acoustics company or whoever to make whatever recommendations are necessary to try and mitigate noise, and also work with councillors, ward councillors, to try and ensure the best. We're not, you know, in all honesty, we would love to host live music events and everything else. We just accept we're not allowed to do that. So, you know, we want to create a viable setting for the businesses that rent spaces offers. However, we also accept that, you know, we're not able to put on events like live music in its current form on the site we're on. And so we're very much pragmatic to trying to work on whatever solutions are necessary to try and make this work for everybody. So I'm, you know, that if we do receive permission tonight, I'd be really wanting to emphasize that we're grateful for any recommendation or advice or involvement to ensure that works as well as it can.
As a ward councillor, I know that it's often the last resort. People get in touch with me after they've tried everything else. So for Councillor Clark to come here and to represent the people in the area, that means that, you know, he's taking it very seriously. So I think going forward, this has to be something that is really important to you too. And I can see that you're a frustrated music venue in a sense, because of your enthusiasm for having a music venue. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just in the right place at the right time.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Agreed. We're not trying to be a music venue. You know, I've mentioned in my 3 minutes that I'd love for us to be able to support grassroots local performers. You know, it's something that we would love to do, and it might be, you know, something that we're able to do if we do move to York Central. That would certainly be a big ask for us on any new site, is to be able to put those things on. We accept we can't do them now, but you know, we're realistic about the limitations of the site we're on.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Widdowson.
I'm confused. Okay, it easily happens. You've been there for 8 years, right? You measure the sound, or you look at your neighbours a couple of times a year, right? This evening, we've had an expert give you some information. Has it not occurred to you over the last 8 years where you've been there to go and seek out expert advice as to how you are perceived, whether you think it's or not, how you are perceived as a better neighbour, how you can do things that would lessen the impact, whether you think it's an impact or not, your neighbours believe it is. Now, whether it's all of them or whether it's, if you let me finish, whether it's all of them or some of them, your neighbours believe you're having an impact on their life. And it seems to be mainly the noise. And it's come across from the ward councillor has, trust me, they only get in touch with us when all else fails. They don't tend to try and use the council complaints, because there's an awful lot of our residents don't believe we do anything apart from file it. So The fact that we know that there's been a lot of complaints, because I absolutely trust the ward councillor. What have you done in 8 years to look at expertise to become a better neighbour in the terms of just the noise to start with, never mind the other things that we're reading about? Because you do an awful lot of good things. So it's in your interest to work well with your neighbours.
I don't agree that neighbours choose not to lodge formal complaints. That's the system. That's the process for which one would raise noise complaints. So I don't believe that the evidence suggests that there is a big issue with noise. If there was, there would be countless numbers of noise complaints. That simply hasn't happened in the last 3 years. I'm told there's been 2 alleged complaints for noise. We have never had any notice of those. And when I asked the question this week, I was told that a monitoring process took place and there was no evidence at all that supported there being noise complaints. I reiterate the point, we will continue to seek advice, and I will accept or admit, if that's the right way of putting it, that there are experts much greater than I am on this subject matter, and we'll continue to speak to them. And I'm happy to do that as an action from this, if we achieve permission. But I don't believe that it's a fair depiction to say that there's a big noise issue on the venue. I really don't believe it.
So I think that what I'm going to suggest that we do, I will allow further questions, but just on the noise issue in particular, there is a process that is outwith of the planning process, which is the formal process for noise complaints. And I would encourage anybody who's anywhere in the city, frankly, if they're having problems with persistent noise, that's the process that you use. And that protects both the rights of the person who is making noise, because sometimes the complainant doesn't accept that there's a reasonable noise that we all have a right to make in our own homes or in our businesses or whatever. And sometimes it will enact against the person making the noise because they're being unreasonable. And that is not something that we're here to discuss today. I think what we need to think about as a committee is whether or not we're comfortable that the conditions as they exist meet the test of the issues around noise, and whether there's anything else that we would want to do on that. But I don't want to spend a long time. We've had quite a lot of questions on the noise issue. I think we understand what the problem is. What we want to do in terms of a committee, we'll then move on to. Councillor Ray, were you indicating?
There's a very quick question on thing you said there's around 50-50 support in the area between people who support and objected. I've had a quick look on the planning portal. I can't find anybody in the local area that has actually written in support. The nearest supporting comment is number 1 Piccadilly, which is very far end. The rest are sort of in Huntington, Acomb. Where did you get that?
I'm going to interject. I'm sorry. We're not a popularity contest. It doesn't matter how many people have complained or have supported.
I'm happy. Well,
there's the discrepancy. The applicant may have made that assertion, as we would with any other applicant. We're not here to decide how many people have supported or objected to the application. We're here to look at whether there are valid planning grounds, and then we need to consider those as us as a committee. Sorry, I don't want to get us into popularity contest territory.
Made statements, I'm asking to clarify, there's no evidence.
So we can ask the officers when we come to asking officers how many objection comments and how many supporting comments, and that's fine as a point of clarity. But I don't want us to go into the territory of saying, oh well, it's been X number in support or X number against, because our job as a committee is to apply the legislation and to test the planning balance and the validity of planning concerns or merits, not has there been 10 or has there been 100 in either direction. Okay. Any further questions for the applicant? Councillor Stewart.
Thanks, yeah. I mean, it's going to be something for the officers as well to a degree. I mean, maybe if Becky nods or shakes her head, could we potentially not extend it for 5 years? Could we do it for, so it's 5 years or nothing? Is it?
That's what they've applied.
Okay.
That's what they've applied for, and that's what it says in the description.
Okay. So my question on which may therefore be irrelevant, is to the applicant, if the committee was minded to go for something less than 5 years, would you be okay with that? Would you think that was outrageous or, but I'm being told we can't do that, yeah. So it's 0 or 5. Okay.
Okay. Any further questions, or are we, Councillor Fisher?
Legally, could we not defer it and ask for the applicant to submit a 3-year application? No, we wouldn't have to, it's only reinforced again.
You really do have to consider what's in front of you, and that's what they've applied for.
Okay. Any further questions, or are we going to let Mr. Leach go and sit back in the public gallery? Thank you very much for your time. If you want to take your seat back in the public gallery, and now we can move on to questions for officers from members. Again, I'll just please let me acknowledge your hand before you put it down. But Councillor Ward be first.
Thank you, Chair. Kind of your fault, so question really comes from you. Is there a condition we can put on about this, whatever you said, limiter? Because that could be something a way to go forward for the noise.
So I've asked Becky to draft a potential condition around a noise management plan, effectively, which would talk to that. I don't want to get too specific in terms of a limiter, because there are different ways that you can control a sound system. So it's just, but perhaps that's appropriate for you to just.
As long as we've got something, that's all I'm asking.
Yeah, I've just been asked to draft a condition. If we can draft a condition, the answer is yes, we can. I have drafted one. We can go into that if you think it's appropriate at a later date, but I have drafted one if needed.
Okay, Councillor Eyre.
They said money on microphones. I've got 3, so I'm quite happy to take one. Take however you want. Paragraph 2.11 of the report, and I've forgotten to write the page number down, says that granting a second temporary approval is rarely justifiable. This would be the 4th, not the second. The second one is rarely justifiable. This would be the 4th. Now, I appreciate page 101 goes on to consider the issue of granting a temporary, but that is nothing to do with the previous assertion around rarely justifying a second one. That basically says that a temporary one can be, and these are the grounds on which you should. There's no analysis of that very, very clear paragraph on legislation which says very rarely justifiable. It will rarely be justifiable to grant a secondary temporary permission, except in cases where changing circumstances provide a clear rationale, such as temporary classrooms and other school facilities. Further permissions can normally be granted permanently or refused. So the NPPG seems to be quite clear that you should not be granting a second. You should be going for a proper application, and yet we have no explanation why we're at 4th.
So explain how we've summarised in section 2 that the legislation in place, the legislation allows you to grant a temporary permission, and then it goes into the guidance that explains the scenarios and recommendations. I guess there's a difference here in that the applications have asked permission for a temporary use. We've not imposed a condition because we only think something is appropriate for a certain period of time. And I guess fundamentally the reason why we've been granting the temporary permissions is because of the Castle Piccadilly. It's identified as an area for regeneration in the local plan, and we see this as an appropriate temporary use until full regeneration of the area comes forward. I guess there's obviously that regeneration has not come forward as quickly as anticipated, hence it keeps coming back to us and requesting for further temporary permissions. But until there's a future regeneration there, we feel it's an appropriate approach to keep granting a repeated temporary permission. So I feel it fits with the guidance in terms of it's an area of regeneration where it's not inappropriate to have temporary consents.
But that guidance applies to the first. That is very clear, rarely justifiable. So that paragraph should have a very robust definition of why a fourth extension is rarely justifiable. It doesn't. It just says you can grant a temporary one under these circumstances. Therefore, this fits the criteria for a temporary. There's nothing that says why it fits the criteria for 4 consecutive temporaries.
Yeah, I guess we'd have to write if you identified harm, which meant you need to refuse the application. But that's the sort of step you need to move on to, rather than a technicality, I guess.
Okay, do you want your next question?
The second one again on page 103. So we're granting temporary because the argument is there is significant benefit, of which there is benefit. We can all talk about that, and I think that's something for the committee to discuss in terms of benefit versus residential amenity, etc. To what extent, for every benefit, there's a loss. So benefit is not a net positive. This land is earmarked, for example, for 100% affordable housing. So granting that extension for 5 years means that we're looking for, that 5 years we will not have 100% affordable on this particular site. That is a cost in itself. This report doesn't. I don't know whether that's because you don't do that, but should it not be a case of weighing the benefits of this development versus the benefits of not the development, and the benefits that are lost through the temporary extension, including the active frontage, the housing, etc.?
Well, you said that it's part of the allocation for the Gaston Gateway area, but there's not a specific allocation for that site. So I don't think that it's not housing allocation as such. So we couldn't erase that. Might be a council aspiration to provide affordable housing on the site. It's not got an allocation for that.
And my last one was much easier. It's page 99. I wasn't certain about that. It does say that there's an existing condition against vertical drinking. All the pictures I've seen of Spark, and I did a quick Google to check, so there's considerable amounts of vertical drinking. The first thing you'll see is the quarterfinals of the European Championships, I think, where there are probably about 400 people standing, drinking, cheering the England football team on. Is that a condition, an existing condition or a new condition, and how has that been managed previously?
Yeah, it's a condition that we reapplied on the last renewal, I think. I'm not sure if it was on before that. And we've just proposed to reapply it. It's probably, I think it's maybe consistent with something that might be in the premises license, but I've not got the premises license in front of me.
I'm not sure about that. Public, when the front page of the press shows people vertical drinking in an establishment that's not allowed to have vertical drinking.
Okay, Councillor Fisher.
Chair, I'm a little bit perplexed by paragraph 520 on page 105. It says that cooking orders from restaurants and takeaways is a matter policed by public protection who have powers under the Environmental Protection Act, and therefore it is not necessary to have planning conditions to the effect. Now, I refer you to application 24/01661, which is the conversion of the Haxby Fortune Inn to the Domino's, where there was said, page 3 of the development management report says premises is considered high risk, therefore odour mitigation should be required, and odour mitigation should be conditioned. Now, why is there a discrepancy? And that site has no residential properties within about 50 metres of it. Why is there a discrepancy between the takeaway in Haxby and this site when there's clearly an issue with odour on this site?
We did when we first granted the permission for Spark, there was a condition to that effect, and we had the details of the odour attenuation that was proposed for each of the different venues in there. So we have been through that process for Spark. We wouldn't view it. I think the point in the committee report is we don't see it as something that planning deals with as an ongoing matter. It's more so something for public protection once a venue is up and operational and it's been through that process initially of having the mitigation looked at and considered. So I do see it different too. Like, yeah, there are similarities with what happened in the site that you referenced. When a change of use happened, the system was details were provided of that system and it was considered. So it's been through that process, but we don't look at the kitchen at a restaurant for the restaurant's lifetime. That tends to be something that's assessed by public protection. If it does become a particular issue.
Wouldn't you agree it's better to actually prevent the nuisance occurring in the first place than have the residents have to go to public protection? I would like to see that condition retained.
We can reapply it if members think it's necessary under the circumstances. It wouldn't be unreasonable. So yeah.
Just to clarify the point that you've made though, and I think this is my understanding of what you've said, were this to be, and notwithstanding anything to do with the extensions of temporary and all the rest of it, were this to be the first application for Spark with nothing else there, you would apply a condition around odour control. But because it's established and it's there, you're saying that it's not necessary because the mechanisms to control odour of the existing thing don't sit within planning. Is that?
But yeah, aside from the bit, it's not that they don't sit within planning. We didn't think it was necessary to repeat that process, but it wouldn't be unreasonable if members felt it was necessary for us to do that.
Okay, so that can be something if when we get towards the point, if people feel that that's something that's appropriate to add, we can have a conversation about that. Okay. Councillor Melly.
I actually put my hand up to ask the exact same question because I could think of a few examples where we've added conditions about odours, but I didn't look up exactly which ones they were. But I have thought of another question about amplified music, because the advice in the report from Public Protection is it's on page 97, paragraph 3.4. It is difficult to see how noise from outdoor music events at the venue can be mitigated to a level whereby it will be within the guidance limits and not result in either a loss of amenity to nearby residents and potentially even a statutory nuisance. To have amplified music on the site would require significant investment in the infrastructure of the building, for example, a specially constructed internal area with an acoustic lobby that is sufficiently sound insulated to a level whereby noise and vibrations from music does not emanate from the building. So the advice from Public Protection seems to be that any level of amplified music would have an amenity impact on surrounding residents, and there's nothing that can be done within this design to prevent that. But then there's a condition 3 saying that amplified music is allowed every day, including until midnight on Fridays and Saturdays. So I was just wondering how that decision has been come to, that amplified music is acceptable when Public Protection said they don't see how it can be.
The advice they gave us is that they felt it was okay for it to carry on as it is at the moment, and they referred to background music being acceptable. So as my understanding is, background music is amplified music. So there's this, like, I think the comments that they're making were more in relation to the proposals for the live music events that were removed from the condition, rather than saying there can't be any background music whatsoever, which would be amplified.
Councillor Stewart.
It's just on that point. I mean, I'm assuming there are levels of loss of amenity, aren't there? I mean, I'm thinking, for example, in Copmanthorpe, if every train went 40 miles an hour, that would improve the amenity of a third of my residents. If everyone on the A64 went 40 miles an hour, that would improve the amenity of another third of residents. This must be relative, isn't it, in terms of when Public Protection are talking about loss of amenity, are they meaning significant levels, or is any loss of amenity a negative?
I think that's why we've come to the conclusion, that's why we've come to the condition that there is there. So it says there shall be no playing of amplified sound, including speech, live or recorded music, that would exceed the background noise levels. So they've said that you can play something, but it can't exceed the background noise levels. The consultation from Public Protection was the reason why the 6 events a year was removed, because they had clear issues with it. And we made that clear that it wasn't going to be acceptable as it stood if the 6 events a year stayed. And that's what we've agreed with Public Protection, that they needed removing. And then this condition that talks about not exceeding the background noise, that's how we've got to where we've got to.
Okay, any further questions? Are we happy to move into, sorry, Councillor Fisher.
Could I just ask for a very short
And adjournment?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's absolutely fine. Yeah, are we just, sorry, hang on one second. Yes, so yeah, past, if we could come back at 25 to, so just a quick 5 minutes. Yeah. Okay, welcome back everybody to this evening's meeting of the Planning Committee. We are partway through determining the application for Spark York on Piccadilly. We had just about got to the end of questions. There was one further person who'd indicated a question which I didn't quite get to when we went to the adjournment. So I'll just invite Councillor Jane Burton to ask her question and then I'll move us on to the debate.
Okay, question for officers. So on page 106, it says music not to be played after 2100 hours, but now it's 2200 hours. Why the hours difference? Because that's quite a long time at that time of night.
It's something we covered in the update. It was just an error that we referred to 9 o'clock in the condition. That was a recommendation at the committee last time, but there was a lengthy debate on it and it was subsequently changed to 10 p.m. So we're just being consistent with the condition as it was agreed by members at committee last time. Just a cut and paste error on my behalf, I'm afraid.
So could we have a condition that it was to 9 o'clock rather than 10 o'clock? Is that within our?
If it was considered reasonable to do so, but obviously, as Jonathan just said, at the last committee, we were all here and it was debated that members thought that it needed to be extended to 10 o'clock. So it would go against what you did last time.
Except
But you could do it.
yeah.
It wouldn't be unreasonable. You
Just-
could
just
do it, but that's why it's there.
Yeah, just given the representation from the people living close by and the ward councillor, that it is perceived as a nuisance.
So I think if that's something that you want to bring up in the debate and for us to consider, the officer advice is if it's something that the committee deemed reasonable. So I think that's the way we deal with it. Councillor Fisher.
This is a supplementary. On that point, is there any evidence that there are significant numbers of complaints between 9 o'clock and 10 o'clock, or are the complaints mainly confined to a Friday and Saturday night when the noise is allowed to go on longer? Do we have any information on that at all?
We got the advice from Public Protection about the complaints they've received, so we can only comment about the complaints that came into the council, not any issues that neighbours might have experienced and placed on the WhatsApp group. But we've had, there was one complaint this year about a music event, but that was an event in particular that was in January 2025. That's the only music related complaint that Public Protection have received this year, and there weren't any last year or the year before. That's in terms of what went to Public Protection.
Okay. So I think we're at the end of questions. So I'll invite debate on this, and again, I'll just say if I can see your hands and just note you down, and I'll just remind everybody, if somebody else has made the points you were going to make, you don't need to repeat them. You can just say I agree with so and so. So Councillor Melly first. I've got Councillor Stewart, and I'll just wait while other people have their hands up.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to, I've got a lot to say, but I thought for now, I'll start by just talking about this discussion about noise and complaints and amplified music, and then maybe later in the debate, come back to the rest. All the questions and everything so far about noise and noise complaints and amplified music, I think is maybe not really getting the whole picture, because I think a lot of the noise isn't just about amplified music. It's about there being up to 250 people there at a time, laughing, drinking, having fun, talking to each other, having to speak up a lot because they're trying to speak over the 250 people around them, laughing and having fun. Yeah, so it's not necessarily the amplified music that's causing noise, it's the fact that it's a business that's open, well, at the moment 6 days a week, but this planning application allows it to be open 7 days a week. And it's the continuous nature of it. It's not a gig, that's over in 2 hours. It's from 10 in the morning until midnight. It's open from midday until 11, but people arrive at 10. They're laughing, they're saying hi to their colleagues, laughing, chatting, putting their own music up while they get set up for the day. And then after they close at 11, they've had this rush, really busy evening, and they're putting their own music on and closing down for the day. And it's almost all day, almost every day, and it's that continuous nature of it rather than the amplified music. And in terms of lack of actual formal complaints, in terms of evidence for us as a committee, I think the problem with that is that the only time you can call up and make a noise complaint and have someone respond straight away, I think, is between the hours of 11 p.m. and 2 a.m. on a Friday night and Saturday night, which isn't when Spark's operating. And so people are less likely to make an actual formal noise complaint if it's, midweek or a continuous problem. I am also a ward councillor for this area, and we get a lot of contact about Spark, and it's not necessarily recorded as a complaint. It's someone getting in touch to say that there's this continuous noise or a specific problem. So, for example, it was a while ago now, I think it was more than a year ago, there was a period of a few weeks where several times a week the glass bin collection was happening at 5:30 in the morning, and residents were being woken up at 5:30 in the morning by an incredibly noisy, huge commercial bin of glass being lifted up in the air at 5:30 in the morning. Now, that was never a formal complaint. It was residents recording it and sending it to me on WhatsApp at 5:30 in the morning. And the owners of Spark resolved it. So it was never a formal complaint. There was never any formal enforcement action, but that doesn't change the fact that it was incredibly disturbing to residents several days a week for several weeks. So I think just because there isn't much amplified music and we haven't got lots of formal complaints doesn't mean that there isn't a lot of noise and it doesn't cause serious amenity issues. And yeah, it doesn't change the fact that complaints, as I think one of the public speakers said, it doesn't prevent the disturbance from happening. It's after the fact. And I also just want to say something about, because a couple of people have said things about it being city centre, and if you choose to live in the city centre, you expect a certain level of noise. And that is absolutely true. If you choose to live inside the city walls in our beautiful historic city, you have to expect a certain level of noise. It's densely populated, loads of culture and drinking establishments, there's going to be noise. But this site in particular is surrounded on 3 sides by residential properties. It's not properties on top of other bars and pubs or shops. It is blocks of flats on 3 sides. It's in the city centre, it's in the city walls, but it's not right in the core. And the majority of people who live there are people who want to live near everything that York has to offer. They want it on their doorstep. They don't want it outside their window, which I think is the problem with Spark. It's in the city centre, but it's in a residential area. And yes, I think residents should expect a certain level of noise if they choose to live in the city centre, but it's that issue of what is the acceptable level of noise. So just in terms of starting the debate about noise, I just wanted to add that extra context, which I don't think had been covered yet in public participation or questions to officers.
Thanks, Councillor Melly. I'm just going to make it really clear just on the noise, the neighbourhood enforcement and what the council offers. You can call up at any point of the day, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, but the response team are only active as a response team between the hours of on Friday and Saturday. But that doesn't mean that your complaint, if you made it at 7 o'clock on a Monday evening, wouldn't be picked up within office hours on the Tuesday and then addressed. So in terms of the response,
and you want someone to respond to it and resolve it now, you can't do that at any time as well. Spark is actually open.
I completely get that point, but I wouldn't want to put off people from making a complaint because they do get received and dealt with, but not as an immediate response. Is this a supplementary on that? I'll allow that, and then I'm going to come to Councillor Stewart.
That's very interesting because I had no idea that was the case. I thought you could only phone up between the hours when it was in the nuisance hours on a Friday and Saturday night. So I'm as a 2.5-year-old councillor, I've just found that out. So how residents are supposed to know that? Plus, I think that they're relying on using the WhatsApp group as well. But yeah, take the point, and that's very useful to know.
Okay, Councillor Stewart.
It's gone out live on the webcast, so thousands more will now know, so that's positive. So on the points being touched on about the 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, I mean, I wouldn't worry too much about that personally, because I think that the general problem that residents have got is the noise that is there rather than it being any particular time being particularly bad. I do have a lot of sympathies with the whole it's in the city centre. I used to live at the top of Micklegate. I was, for over a decade, my next door neighbour was Monty's Beer Garden or Gibson's or whatever it's called now. And undoubtedly there were problems with the noise there. The actual tipping the glass bottles at some ridiculous hour of the morning was far more of a problem. It seemed a bizarre one. Why couldn't they just do it at a different time? But I chose to live in the city centre. So, that was my choice. So on the whole thing about Spark and everything like that, I suppose it's which came first, and obviously the houses versus Spark versus the temporary permission and everything like that. Going back a decade, when I was in the executive, or nearly a decade, I was one of the people that was involved in Spark getting the permission. And the good side, I would say, to Spark is that we've got this wonderful, genuinely very impressive team who've done a lot of really good stuff. I've enjoyed drinking and eating there, not for a while, but have enjoyed it. And it's a great place. And obviously the actual tangible businesses they've brought through is a really good success story. There is, however, another side, which is that on the temporary basis, this was to be for that short period. And while Sam said that Spark has contributed £250,000 in business rates and rent and profit share, if you take out the business rates, which anybody would have contributed, it has contributed very little because of the realities of what they are there for. And this is a very important city centre site that if you valued it at, say, 2.5 million that we could get, then capital wise, that's effectively 200 grand a year to the council. So it's about £2 million plus we're foregoing with this. Personally, I think CYC should have long since done something far, far more proactive, and we should have had this for the 3-year period it was meant to be, rather than extending it I did sort of listen when obviously Sam was talking about the York Central and potentially being close to that, and I was sort of thinking, well, yeah, if we just keep it going to that point where something tangible happens with York Central, then that will be a positive. But most of the comments I've made in the last few minutes are about my frustrations that CYC as a landlord is not getting full value from the land, which is obviously in no way a planning matter. So I divorce that, and then I think about if it was any other landlord who happened to have this site and wanted this temporary use to be extended, where would I be? And that's where it does become a lot more balanced, because there is a good and there is a bad. I do have a lot of issues with the temporary. That I think if this is a permanent application, I absolutely don't see it in the definitive terms that Mr. Laverack did earlier. But I do think if this is a permanent application, I don't think we'd be approving this in the conservation area. I do find it very unlikely to think that would happen. And therefore, on the basis of the 3 years plus a bit more, to get to 13 years, it will be, that to me is not a temporary use. And that's the issue I've got with it. But still not 100% decided, so I genuinely will listen to the debate. But, it's that frustration on the record of CYC could and should have done more, that good thing on the record of what great stuff Spark have done and everything like that. On the noise, I suppose I'm probably more on it's in the city centre and you expect noise. So I do sympathise with the residents' problems, but we didn't particularly hear about it being late night there was a problem, or particular standout nights there was a problem. We just heard about not wanting that to be there, and that's where I think it's a bit of a city centre. And we'll never absolutely know on the complaints, because there's what's a complaint and what's relative. I actually think residents are quite quick to come to councillors, so perhaps they just see me as more responsive than you guys if it's such a last resort. So I think I do get these vibes in the heartland of Cotton and Thorpe, if there's something not right. But that's I'll listen to the debate with interest.
Thank you. Councillor Whitcroft, you were next.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, really interesting discussion so far. What I quite like about planning is that we always hear about the balance, right? That's the main thing that we've got to do. There are always going to be arguments on either side, and weighing up the balance is something that is really important for us to be able to do. I am definitely erring on the side of approval at the moment. I agree with the officer recommendation. There's a few reasons why. I think that a lot of the complaints that were raised, whether it's online or whether it was an instance in the building here, I think a lot of it is unfair when I see the attacks that are levelled on Spark, and there were some very reasonable complaints brought together and there were some very reasonable representations made, but I think there is an awful lot of escalating and frankly not planning related attacks that this particular business has to face, which I think is very unfair. Now, I live in the city centre. I live just along the fosse from this site down towards Hungate, and this is exactly what you would expect living in the city centre, it has to be said. regarding the noise. The fact that it ends at 10, I think, is a real advantage rather than, you know, what might happen going on late into the night. I appreciate Councillor Melly's point about there's residential stuff around it, but there's also the Red Lion pub. There's also Warmgate, which is basically full of restaurants at that end of the street. You've got, you know, we all know that part of the city. I think to expect it to be quiet or to expect it not to have that would be just to disadvantage all of the, you know, the real benefits you get from living in the city centre. Talking about the glass bottles gave me flashbacks from when I lived on Micklegate. But it's what you expect. It's an annoyance. But, you know, I don't think it's fair to say that we need to have every single place in the city centre that has this, that has quietness that every resident wants or their ideal scenario. I just find there's very little truck with that argument, I'm afraid. So Spark under Niley does bring huge benefits, and I think that is absolutely clear. We've got 92 jobs here that we're thinking about in this planning application. I do think that has to weigh from the economic benefits and the the well-being that provides people. The temporary approval thing is the bit that kind of gets me, and I find a little bit difficult. But I agree, if it was a permanent structure, we wouldn't be permanent application, we wouldn't be approving it. But it's kind of by very definition not, because the structure itself isn't really a permanent one. I think we'd struggle to say this will be here until the end of time. And we've already heard from Spark that, you know, they're thinking of moving when it looks towards York Central becoming a viable spot, or whatever it is they choose to do. I think the mobility of the business is an advantage, but that's why it needs to be a temporary approval. I think that they do have their uses, and I think it has to be this in this instance. I know we've gone on and on about noise, but made a lot of noise about noise, if you'll pardon the pun. Yeah, I agree around this idea of noise limiters. So clearly your advantage there, Chair, or your expertise in that area. If we could include some sort of recommendation or condition around a noise limiter, then that would be something I'd definitely be in favour of, just at a certain level. But you know, we don't want it to be overly aggressive or oppressive. But at the end of the day, this is, you know, this is the city centre, and we love it. We don't want to be setting the precedent for limiting all the good times that people can have there, good times that younger people can have, people of all ages enjoying themselves in the city centre, and not just limiting it and trying to turn it into a suburb. I think Councillor Clark got the balance right between his concerns for residents and the noise complaints, but also appreciating the benefits that Spark brings. I hope I haven't been too controversial there. I don't think I was as controversial as our public speaker there, who I have no track or time for, frankly. But yeah, that's just my sort of view on the situation, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Whitcroft. I'm just going to slightly pull you up on the final comment there. I had to intervene with the public speaker, but I think we do need to be careful that everybody has the right to come and say what they need to say. There are lines and thresholds over what is and isn't appropriate to say, which I hope I drew clearly. But likewise, we as a committee need to be open to anybody coming and saying what they need to say to us in terms of their views on the planning balance. Councillor Eyre.
Very bad timing, that, because my first comments were about the public speaker, so I'm just going to continue. That's the worst possible leader you could have given me there, Councillor Whitcroft. Thank you. So hopefully not so controversial. What I was going to say was that I don't agree with the public speaker, in regards to the containers. I actually quite like the containers. I always like the containers. I think it adds a new dimension to the city. Cities shouldn't be static. They should be vibrant. I was actually against the fencing when the fencing was put forward that planning insisted on. I much preferred actually the open air and the graffiti. So that I do think that there is a place for that. What I did agree with him, though, was that I do think if this was an actual permanent application, it wouldn't have got this far. It would have been clearly for refusal. As I said, I like the aesthetic. I've always supported the concept. I think it's absolutely fantastic. My family, or my children would be people who turn up and speak in favour of this. They absolutely love it. They think it's the great vibe. It is absolutely the right thing for the city. It's not the right location, and it never has been the right location for that. When we did the original sort of temporary application, the temporary decision, it wasn't incredibly difficult. It feels like it was actually a finer balance then than in the topic we're having here, and it was very, very close. And I think on that temporary nature, at that particular time, given what was happening in the area, it was the right time and the right moment to tip that just slightly against what was probably very detrimental But it just was right at that particular time for that short period to kickstart that with a lot of the things that are happening in Piccadilly. There was nothing happening at Piccadilly during that particular period. I mean, some of the older councillors will go back to sort of Coppergate 1, Coppergate 2, and the dearth of development that's happened. Part of this was to try and drive that activity in Piccadilly. A lot of that is happening. There's one stalled site which belongs to the City Council, but a lot of that development has happened. A lot of those buildings have been converted. It succeeded in doing what it was doing, was turning Piccadilly into a destination that people wanted to do. That was then. That's not necessarily the same criteria now. I do appreciate Councillor Whitcock's comments about city centre, noise is what you expect, but I actually agree with Councillor Melly. This is completely different. I think it probably shows sort of my age and my drinking habits, that I'm probably the type of person like Councillor Fisher that would more likely go to the Red Lion for real ale than necessarily to Spark. But the Red Lion has a beer garden. It has a very small beer garden, probably with a capacity of 20 to 30 people. That's a different thing. The majority of activity happens inside. This is in essence a 250 person beer garden. That is completely different to any other drinking establishment we have in the city centre. I don't think can't think of any other large open air venue that allows people to be outside drinking. So it does need to be treated completely differently. Discuss some of the issues in terms of noise, glass bottles, etc. Those tend to be time sensitive. We've always had that problem, which licensing tried to solve, of having massive problems at 11 o'clock at night from 11 till 12 o'clock. We try stretching things out. This is constant. This is not, because it's open air, this is a constant thing. It's in the case of living 2 doors down from a pub where it's well insulated and you've got reasonable through the time until, yes, kick-off time at 11 o'clock, you're going to have problems, there's going to be noise, there's going to be social behaviour, but perhaps as people go past for that short period. But it's not constant. You can live 2 or 3 doors down from a pub and not hear a single thing. The reality is, for the people that live nearby, they have no residential amenity. I mean, one of the speakers did talk, you can actually reach out and touch the people there. I don't think we would ever grant anybody planning permission with an open air beer garden that actually looked right out over somebody's residential property. That is horrendous for the people. Not necessarily, some people do like it. There is one public speaker, one comment that was in favour of that. But for the vast majority, that's not. They did, and they were very, very accommodating when we first got the planning application through. They were supportive, they accepted that sort of 2 to 3 year, the importance of regenerating the area. But I can think of one particular resident I know of who did speak in favour of that particular planning application on those very grounds, who has since moved out because it was utterly intolerable. That was in a 4 year period of living there. He went from being 100% in favour to moving out, and I think they actually moved out of the city. There's a comment about you sort of expect and whether people choose to live there. They didn't. This was a building when those residential things were doing. This was Reynard's Garage. It was a commercial building. They had every expectation for that to remain a building. If that had become a licensed premises, that would be one discussion. But again, it would have been inside a building, not open air. The positive driver that we have that's through the report, that's why I was trying to get into, is basically it's these individuals' total loss of residential amenity versus the benefit to the wider city. And that's not saying there isn't. And I've articulated that. The speakers have articulated it. There is a benefit. Would there be a bigger benefit to a different development on the same site? Is interesting. But also, I think we have to weigh against what the city's losing in terms of that. And this site needs to be on and developed. This is one of the key things. And I do feel like in many ways, this is a bit of a drag on development in that particular site. That could be affordable homes by now. That could have been. There's not pointing fingers at how it is and policy decisions, etc. But it's a decision of the councils consecutively that's stopping the site from being developed. And this just continues, I think, to put further barriers in terms of getting on with doing that one. And then my last few comments, I think, again, agreeing with Councillor Melly about the amplified noise isn't the issue. You're absolutely right. People are having to shout. So we're saying that the amplified noise is fine at this level. You've got 250 people shouting to be heard over the top of that amplified noise. So that particular thing, I think, is a red herring. And my final comment is on the complaints, and I appreciate there's not a lot we can do about it. But let's be fair, residents give up. With the council, they don't have a particularly high bar. We don't. Another thing, we don't report every single pothole every day we go past it. You report the pothole, the council contacts you and says we're not going to do anything about it, and you never report it again. Doesn't mean you're still happy with the pothole. So I think complaints numbers aren't really very helpful. But I think for anybody who sees the proximity of those residential properties to this site and an open air site, you just can't improve that loss of residential amenity, I don't think, for any longer.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Fisher was next.
Thank you, Chair. This is one of the most balanced applications I've ever had to consider. First of all, I think we should all be aware that the potential economic benefits to the council are not a consideration of planning. So that's something one of the public speakers brought that up. It's not a relevant consideration. The potential alternative use of the site could be a consideration, but of course there are none there at the moment. So consequently, this is a meanwhile use. It's just waiting for the council to decide when to develop an alternative use. And therefore, there is no particular problem with using it until such time as the council terminates the lease, because of course, because it's council owned, the council can terminate the lease if they choose to do so, if they identify an alternative use for it. There's no doubt Spark brings enormous vibrancy to the area and to the wider York area, I think. It also contributes to the wider economy in terms of the money it brings in, the visitors, and the new business it starts up. Against it is the critical problem of the effect on its neighbours. There haven't been many complaints, but I think that is possibly, as Councillor Ayre says, because people have given up. The other thing is the effect of the conservation area, the aesthetics of the containers. For me, there's no great issue with that. It's not. I don't think it's in the conservation area. It's not the most attractive area of Piccadilly. And as I say, if it was a permanent site, it certainly wouldn't. Permanent application, it certainly wouldn't get it. But at the moment, for a temporary application, I think it's just about acceptable. The problem I have is that the 5 years. My worry is that 5 years is extending it to 13 years total. That's an awful long time. If it were 3 years, I would certainly support it. I think I could go as far as 3 years. I think that would be just about enough time. What we desperately want, though, is Spark to find an alternative site and relocate to it where it's more suitable. I would hate to lose Spark. The question is, if we refuse this application tonight, Spark could be finished and we'd lose it for good. And that's something I would be very hesitant to do. So it's a very difficult balance. I'm still not decided.
Thank you. Councillor Widdowson.
I agree with an awful lot of what has been said, so I'm going to be very short. I think the major issue is it's supposed to be temporary. 13 years is not temporary. The noise is constant. And there's too much disparity between what is said and what is real. So I'm not sure in certain instances who I can or cannot believe in terms of evidence. If it was somewhere else, if it was a permanent building that people could live next to, fine. But yes, it brings a lot of good to the city. I cannot support this application because 13 years is not temporary. And if I was living in any of the flats that are on 3 sides of it, I would be looking to move.
Okay, Councillor Ben Burton was next.
Yeah, thank you. I won't go over loads of things that people have said. I just wanted to pick up a few key points for me. And one is that in terms of noise, the officers have given details of the number of complaints and the outcome of those inspections. And actually on a number of those inspections, they felt that there wasn't an issue. And I think we have to take our officers' investigations to have some value, which we don't appear to be doing so as it stands. And I want to come back to the comment before that, we say they have no residential amenity, and the comment about supporting comments. The first supporting comment on this application is someone from the neighbouring block of flats on the website, and they are in support of it. It's genuinely, I'd have to call out the name, but it's in there. So there is a supporting comment in there that covers this, and it's from the neighbouring block of flats that was raised earlier by the speaker that came in on behalf. So the noise bit is clearly, needs to be considered, that we're not just taking that fully into account in this part, because there's clearly evidence from officers and from supporting comments and from things that it's not as impactful as perhaps some people come across with. So I think that needs to be kept in mind, and that needs to be kept in the balance, because it seems to be not being done from my side. And if one is the employment benefit, in terms of, we talk about the balance of this, the place itself is hugely successful. The spin-offs that have started there, as mentioned before, it creates the space in the city that creates new businesses that have gone on to have thriving possibilities, because they have the opportunity to have a low rent, small overhead model to get them off the ground. And if we lose that, that disappears from the city entirely. And culturally, it's been mentioned before, but volunteer groups meet there groups for people to socialise that are organised around specific needs, things around environmental groups. They all use it as a venue for meeting. And there is an intention to move that. And as you mentioned before, the place is under redevelopment. It's still ongoing under redevelopment. It still serves the use to bring people into Piccadilly and has been successful in doing that. And in future, it'll do that for York Central, most likely, when it does move. But if it goes now, then that opportunity is not going to come forward in the future because they're not going to reappear because they've lost their position, have to rebuy all the equipment and stuff. So it's not, that needs to be kept in the balance. And I'm not sure that's being done here. And obviously we're talking about temporary and stuff, but you just take it at face value about what's here today and whether that's a good thing or a bad thing. I think it's a pretty clear argument for me, but that's mine. I'd be pretty happy to support it.
Thank you. And Councillor Melly.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with Councillor Fisher that I think this is just incredibly close in the planning balance. It's unusual for me to get to this point of a debate and not have some idea of how I'm going to vote. I just think it's really difficult on this. It's really closely balanced. And as has been said, we're being asked to balance the harm to the conservation area, to resident immunity, against that being for 5 years. And is that acceptable in the planning balance for 5 years, when actually it is for 13 years, which honestly is longer than some permanent planning commissions last. We get applications for change of use that last less than 13 years before being changed to something else. Yeah, I think, we've talked a lot about noise. I don't want to repeat everything that's been said, but I think, yeah, people who live in the city centre should expect a certain level of noise. And I think this just comes down to what is a reasonable level of noise. And there has been very few instances where the council has found that there has been a statutory noise nuisance as a result of Spark. We've got 8 years of them operating and knowing what the impact is. And yes, there's been very few examples of actual formal complaints that have led to there being a statutory noise nuisance. But that is because it's a constant noise. It's not necessarily an instance of it being a noise nuisance. It's when it's all the time. And I don't think it's the amplification that is the problem. There were complaints, for example, when Spark was showing some football matches, and I don't think there was any sound at all. They were showing completely silent football matches. There was no commentary or recorded cheers or whatever. It was completely silent. The noise problem was from the 300 people watching it, being very excited about football. And I don't know how long the football season lasts, but it's quite a long time. Feels really long. Yeah, and yes, if you live in the city centre, you expect there to be noise, but it's from buildings that have walls and windows and probably some form of additional sound insulation in addition for it to be just open air with that many people and that close to premises. I think the report said the nearest one was 2 metres away. It's not normal. I think it's beyond a level of harm to amenity that you expect in a city centre location. So I really am concerned about the harms done to neighbouring residents. But on the other side of the planning balance, I really don't think you can overstate the benefits that Spark brings. It's an incredible place. It has just so many economic and social and cultural benefits, which I think most of them have been said. The sheer, to try and start out as a small business in York is so difficult. Rents are so high. When you're starting out new, it's just so difficult to be able to get enough money together to be able to rent a premises. Being able to start out in Spark, where Spark does the job of bringing people in, they promote you for you, you get the customers, you build your base, you build your money, you build your reputation, and then you can open somewhere new. 100 meetings per year of local groups. Again, it's so difficult to find central, accessible meeting space. Without Spark, there are so many amazing charities and community groups and grassroots campaigns who would really, really struggle for meeting space. I really can't overstate the benefit of Spark. I think the problem is the location. And yeah, I'm just struggling to balance the incredible, huge benefit, and also I think the really quite significant level of harm. Struggling to figure out exactly which tips the balance right now. So I'm hoping the debate can continue a little bit longer, but I didn't see many other hands.
Thank you. Councillor Jane Burton.
Well, I agree with most of what other people have said. I think it's an amazing place, and I agree that it's a great start-up place for businesses. There's all the things that everyone said about it, and it would be a terrible thing to lose it. I think it's a terrible shame that it's for 5 years. However, if York Central gets off the ground, then they might move sooner. to an area that is more suitable. I do think they're slightly frustrated by not having the ability to play music, or they wouldn't have applied in the first place. But I understand that it's an eating, drinking, outdoor place where music is played, and that's what people do when they're having fun. But it's what we all like to do. I think that no one wants to sit there in silence. The problem is the neighbours, the very near neighbours. And I wonder about mitigation. I know when they first opened, they promised to have a lift and they didn't. And I, at that point, was more mobile and could get up the stairs. But the last time I went, they do have a lift. So that I know that they've got the ability to improve things and change things for the better for the people that are going there. So I'm hopeful that if we put conditions into this, that we could mitigate the noise for the very close neighbours that live nearby. And I hear what you're saying, that you can close your window, but if it's in summer and we've had some really hot weather, you don't want to have your window shut. It's not really reasonable. So I just wonder, could they move their speakers? They've been told that they're, thought of as poor neighbours. I hope they take this on board, because otherwise there'll be more and more complaints. Now that people know everything about complaints, Councillor Stewart, that now we've broadcast live to people, that they may use the complaint system more, because they're aware of that. And I do mean that they should do that, and that they should be more reactive to complaints, because as we've found from you, that there obviously are issues with the sound systems that they're using. So I think if they react and mitigate the noise, that I would be. I really feel for the neighbours, but I would be disposed to saying yes, they could have an extension. But yeah, I mean, 13 years as a temporary place is just not really. It doesn't make sense. If you're in a job for 2 years, then it's permanent. So, I hope they're not going to take up the squatters' rights or anything in that spot. And I hope they get a spot that suits them better so that they can really flourish even more so than they've already done. So that's my 2 pence worth.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I've not seen further indications from anybody else who wants to contribute to the debate. I think I would just like to make a few points, and then we can start to think about the way that we want to deal with things. And I'll just remind everybody that the process is that we first of all consider the officer recommendation. I think from my point of view, I really agree with something that Councillor Eyre said, actually, which is sometimes it's quite unusual, but for me, I see no issue with modern facilities and modern construction in our historic core. And I think that where and how it's done, and as long as it's done in appropriate ways, and that can be strikingly different. I lived in Edinburgh for a very long time, and there are some big glass boxes right next to some big old buildings that look fantastic, and they complement each other. And I think that we have to be careful of sort of preserving a city in aspic in the version of the 19th and 20th century, when actually the city has evolved over many, 2 millennia, and it's significantly evolved. So I see no problem with a suitable, whether it's made of cargo containers or covered in graffiti or whatever it might be. I see no issue with a venue and a space of that nature on this location. And in fact, in many ways, it could be a really good location for that kind of a space in a permanent way. I think that there are some very real issues around some of the harms that we've heard about. And again, referring back to my days in Edinburgh, and particularly something Councillor Melly was saying around the difference between amplified music and people, noise. So I was involved in a lot of nightclubs and very late night, very loud, just around the time that the smoking ban came in Scotland. And we got significantly more noise complaints from the 20 or 30 people who were outside in the smoking area talking than we ever did from the God knows how many decibels. I can barely hear anybody speak inside the building because it was contained. And I think that is the kind of the Achilles heel in a way of the ambitions that Spark have on this site around things around supporting the local music venue and all of those sort of things. Sorry, the local music scene and those sort of things. And I'm very mindful of York having a paucity of dedicated music venues and music spaces. But I think I was relieved in a way that they withdrew the application, or the element of the application around the live music at this site, because I think that that would have been deeply problematic. As things stand, I think that we can condition a noise management plan that would mitigate some of the issues around amplified music. I think that there is a balance to be struck always between reasonableness in terms of what's reasonable to expect noise-wise as a resident versus what's reasonable to be allowed to do as a business. And I think that there are processes that are in place that allow and account for that. And the noise control and neighbourhood enforcement and those processes are the processes that I would urge residents to use if they're having problems, because there is a whole series of things that can happen if it is reasonable. And I think that that's sort of, in a way, covers that for me. I would also suggest that Spark might want to think about doing noise assessments more frequently than twice a year. I take the point that it changes fundamentally how the building operates or how the space operates when you put a roof on and when you take it off. But it is things like when you've got the windows open in a hot summer's day, what does that feel like versus what's it like on a cold winter's night at 9:30 at night? And I think showing willing and thinking about how that monitoring happens, I think will also mean that actually Spark have more evidence to show that they are taking their responsibilities seriously, and hopefully it will enable neighbours to also feel that they're being listened to and that things are happening. And again, I take Councillor Burton's point around improvements that have been done on site in the 8 years that they've been there, and whether or not there's further opportunities around sound baffles or things that will be barriers to sound. Obviously, they would have to be within the planning framework as well. But I think, making sure that every opportunity to do that has been done. But I cannot stress enough how disastrous I think it would be for the city to lose Spark at the moment. I think it has absolutely, utterly transformed that part of the city, but also the way that people see the city and the way that we see ourselves. I cannot tell you how much we have to have a city that works for all different types of people. And there is a whole group of people in this city, particularly in the cultural and creative sector, who for a very long time have felt like they were not valued by the city. There weren't places for them, and they moved to Leeds, or they moved to Manchester, or they moved down to London. And there are now people that I know of who are staying in the city, not just because of Spark, it's because of all sorts of other things that are happening in the city. But Spark is a kind of a real exemplar of the way in which the city is becoming more inclusive for some different types of people in the city than it perhaps was. So I think that we have to approve it. I absolutely hear and understand what people have talked about in terms of the temporary nature or otherwise. And I think that it is a product of circumstance. I think had something come forward more quickly on the York Central site, had something come quickly, more quickly on this site from a council or other perspective, this could be a perfect site for a purpose-built music venue and arts centre with some accommodation built upstairs in due course. There's things that could happen, and we may end up with problems of people leaving that venue at 1 o'clock in the morning and the noise of them leave. But there's a mechanism that you deal with those people. So I think with all of those things kind of weighed up, and it isn't straightforward. I don't want the residents to think that I'm not hearing absolutely the issues and the concerns that you've expressed to us. And I think that I would like to know that Spark are doing everything they possibly can to ensure that they're addressing that, and that we as a council are doing everything that we can within our mechanisms that we have to make sure that the balance between everybody's differing needs is being met within the legislation and within the frameworks that we operate in. I would like to hope that is being done and continue to be done. But I just think it would be disastrous for the city to lose Spark at this time. I don't think it'll be there forever. I think that in due course, it will be in a new location, reimagined, and hopefully there for a very, very long time as part of whatever new thing it is. But we can't afford to risk the fact that it possibly would be lost to the city. So that's where I am. And with that said, I think, as I mentioned, the first job that we have would be to consider the officer recommendation. So first of all, I'll be looking for anybody who wishes to make a proposal along the lines of that.
Can I just ask first, is that including the additional conditions that, because we've typically done it where they've been applied before we then vote?
So I think if you were wanting to propose to agree with the officer recommendation with those conditions added, just make that proposal and see if people wish to second that. If there are, I think there's been a couple of different conditions that have been talked about, hasn't there? There's been a condition around noise mitigation, which Becky's drafted a version of. I think there was another condition that was suggested. What?
Bearing in mind it's an open site, is it feasible to put in a condition on odour? Could we do it?
So yeah, would you like to just come back on that?
Can I just come back on that? I've looked, in terms of the previous conditions, the very first application had, Jonathan's bang on in what he said, had a condition on that said, when you install the odour systems in there, it's got to comply and then be retained for the lifetime of the development. The next two permissions, neither of them have had an odour condition on, hence why we haven't put it on this one. I don't, and given that it's covered by other legislation and planning conditions aren't supposed to cover that, my advice would be the same as what Jonathan was. I don't think it's reasonable, given you've got your original condition and it's covered by the separate legislation in public health. Not public health, sorry, public protection.
I take the advice of planning officers.
So, Councillor Melly?
I think it's that in place the lifetime of the development thing, which I think makes me feel like it could be reasonable, because you know, things get replaced you know, things get maintained. I think we wouldn't want to lose that.
But that's on the original permission, so that's still there because it's for the lifetime of the development.
So this still counts as the same development.
Say again?
So this still counts as the same development. This is still within the lifetime of the development. Or is this a new permission? Is this a new permission?
How we'd stand with that legally? Not 100% sure. But the point is that it's covered by separate legislation once it's been installed. So we have to make sure when it's installed, it's done properly as part of a new development, as Councillor Fisher said for his takeaway. So we've done that. There's then a point where we can't, it's already in place. All we're doing is extending this permission. So that's covered by separate legislation. I don't know that we could reasonably impose a condition that limited odours when that's done by other legislation at this point.
What I perhaps would suggest that we do, Councillor Burton, if you're happy to, I think you were indicating you wanted to propose supporting officer recommendation, and there was a query about the conditions. If you are happy to propose with the noise mitigation condition, which I think is less contentious, and if I have somebody who will second that proposal, and then I would suggest that we have a second proposal to add the other condition, which we can then, if that's seconded, and we can vote on whether we want to add the second condition to the proposal, or we've got the proposal with the noise mitigation condition on, and then we can vote on that. I'll try and make it as clear to everybody as I can. I'm trying to think what the best way of working out what things get added and making sure that everybody's happy. Does that seem like a reasonable approach? Do you all understand what I'm suggesting?
Yeah.
So it's been proposed
with the noise mitigation.
With the noise mitigation by Councillor Ben Burton, and I need a seconder for that. Councillor Whitcroft. Thank you. Did anybody wish to propose adding the odour condition to that proposal? No? Okay, fab. Right, so that's a proposal and a seconder. Councillor Melly.
I'd like to propose amending some of the other conditions about amplified music, because as it stands at the moment, condition 3 limits amplified music. Is it till 10 p.m? This is a typo, isn't it? Apart from Fridays and Saturdays where it's allowed till midnight. Can we limit that to 11 p.m? I'm not sure that midnight is necessary or reasonable. Yeah, condition 4, because
Yeah,
there's,
but
in
then-
condition 3, there's nothing about Fridays and Saturdays and limiting the hours of amplified music, but condition 4 then says that the site has to be completely closed by midnight. So it kind of seems like by default, amplified music is allowed till midnight on Friday nights and Saturday nights.
No, it said shall be open to customers between 7 and 11. And it said the staff shall be vacated, sorry, the site shall be vacated by staff, lighting, apart from essential security, turned off and the site closed by 12 o'clock each day.
So what I've been told by residents is that after the site is closed and the staff are on site cleaning down, closing down, they put on their own music
Okay.
to listen to while
All
closed
right,
down.
yeah, okay. fine.
Which I think at the time people think they're just putting their own music on in their own little
So
space,
you-
but it really does.
So you'd then add to condition 3, you'd then add no amplified music and then Fridays and Saturdays until 23.
That's what I'd like to
You'd add it to
propose, yeah.
3 rather than 4.
Yeah,
Yeah?
yeah, that's what I'd like to propose. Please.
It's, have we got somebody that wants to second that? Councillor, okay. I take your point about the staff. I think the only concern I would have is whether or not, I think it was a point that was made earlier about varying the time on the other part of the condition, is whether or not we've got any evidence that there are complaints at that point, and notwithstanding that there may well be within the WhatsApp group, I'm just a little bit wary about sort of arbitrarily putting a time limit on. But I think that if we are saying that it's whilst the venue is open and serving to the public, I think that probably feels all right to me if that's what other members of the committee are happy with as well. So I think what I'll do is just take a vote that everybody's happy to add that condition, and it would be retaining it till 10, the condition around till 10 Sunday to Thursday, and then till 11 on Friday and Saturday. Okay, so just by show of hands, if everybody can indicate whether they'd be happy for that to be added as a condition. Okay, I make that 10 for anybody against, sorry, I forgot to ask that bit. So I clearly reached that time, and an abstention. Okay, so 2 abstentions, 9 for, so we'll add that as a condition as well. So anybody else want anything else before I take a vote on the proposal that's been put forward? I do, yeah, that's what I'm going to do. So Becky, if you could just summarise then what we're voting on, please.
Right, so it's the conditions in the report. It's then an additional condition that I've started drafting, but it's along the lines of we need details of a sound management system that should not exceed the agreed background noise levels, and then it's implemented and then again retained for the lifetime of the development. I'll get the exact wording. And then we also want the condition 3 to say until 10 o'clock Sunday to Thursday, and then add Saturday and Sunday, sorry, Friday and Saturday until 11 o'clock into that condition. That's it. Okay.
And I think in terms of the final wording of that condition, if that's something that can just go to myself and the vice chair, just to be happy that we've captured exactly what was said. I think that the whispered conversation, and I'll just say it in the public so that it's there. What I asked Becky was if there's a way of drafting it that captures all of that, but still enables a situation for if there was to be like a temporary event notice or anything like that, it could be considered alongside that condition. So it's about the agreed, what's agreed within the background noise and all the rest of it as the condition says. So it's about having a system in place that manages that. But any additional thing would just be taken in on its own basis. And I think given the conversation that we've had here and given the complaints, that would be something that would need to be dealt with and considered in that way. Does that make sense to everybody? Councillor Melly.
It doesn't make a lot of sense to me because they did have the intention to have events up to 6 a year, and they withdrew that from their planning application. So they're suggesting that they could do that then through the licensing system instead through temporary event notices doesn't sit completely right with me.
I'm not suggesting that they could. What I wanted to do was not cause ourselves a problem by putting a condition that's worded in such a way that would cause a problem with whether it's within licensing or whether it was within a future conversation, because it is for the lifetime of the development. It's about trying to capture the essence, if you see what I mean.
Yeah, but I think that condition 3 and condition 4 is worded in such a way, and all of the considerations and all the debate we've had has been about conditions 3 and 4 being worded as they are, which would prevent there being amplified noise beyond those dates, even if there was a temporary event notice. So to then change it at this last minute and us not even have the wording when we're voting, it being delegated chair and vice chair, I'm not really comfortable with. Tell you what I've written.
Yep.
I can tell you what I've drafted, and this is just sitting here drafted, so it's not going to be the most best thing you've ever seen. But in terms of the temporary event notice, we can't stop them from a planning point of view applying for a temporary event notice. That could happen outside the planning system, but they wouldn't have planning permission for it. So we could take enforcement action. We can put a stop notice on if we know that there's going to be that there. So there is provisions within planning, but we can't stop them. There's no way that a planning condition could be put on. Well, look at that stops it applying for something else outside of the planning system. So we can't say they can't apply for a temporary whatever. I forgot what the word is. There's no way that we could do that as a reasonable planning condition. But what we can do is do the wording of this condition that has every provision. They took it out of the permission, so there is no provision within the planning permission for them to be able to do that, and we would take enforcement action if they didn't. If you can understand this. Does that make sense? I can tell you what I wrote in terms of the initial draft for Councillor Crawshaw. So I said, within 2 months of the date of this permission, details of a sound management system that ensures that no amplified sound will exceed the agreed background noise levels, and then the LA 90, whatever it is that is in the technical, shall be submitted to and approved in writing to the local planning authority. The approved details should be implemented within 1 month of the approval and retained for the lifetime of the development. There needs a reason and all the planning policies tied into it, but that's the crux of it.
So it sounds like that doesn't have exemptions for if they had a 10 for an event.
It doesn't, but that's separate legislation.
Okay.
So it's the agreed background noise level is the kind of the key bit. So there's an agreement on what the background noise level is that ties with the lifetime of the development. But it was trying to ensure that it's written in a way that doesn't cause us a problem in terms of anything else that might come forward.
Okay. Sorry. At the start, it sounded like you said from within 2 months of the approval, and then at the end you said implemented within 1 month.
Yeah, so how you write planning conditions, they've got to be reasonable. So because it's already in place, we've got to give them 2 months to be able to get details. That's a reasonable amount of time for them to go out and get those details. But then they may have to buy a system or whatever else. So then it says, once we've agreed that that's acceptable, within 1 month of us agreeing it, you've got to then implement that system.
Sorry, so within 1 month of the
them.
approval of that, I thought you meant from 1 month of this approval. Right, I
No,
see
no,
what you
no.
mean. Yeah,
It's-
okay.
It's to make sure we've got the relevant hooks to ensure that they do and they submit it within time and then they implement it within time. That's why it's written how I did it.
I see. Yeah, just as long as, if we're including a condition that says no amplified music after 10 p.m. on most days and 11 p.m. on Fridays and Saturdays, I don't think that should have exceptions when
No,
they have a 10. Yeah.
This sits separate. That's a whole different condition. That sits separate of that one.
Okay. Sorry, were you indicating? No, I didn't think it was that. Sorry. Right. I think we've had it described. We had a proposal that goes with the officer recommendation with the addition of those conditions. So if I can see by show of hands, all those in favour of that proposal, please. Okay, and all those against? And any abstentions? Okay, so I make that 8 in favour and 3 against. So with those conditions, that is then approved on a temporary 5-year extension. I'm just going to summarise by saying, please, 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 to the operators of Spark, can you do all that you can to ensure that you're not impacting on the neighbours in the way that is causing them distress? And neighbours, please, can you continue to have a conversation in a dialogue with Spark around the ways in which they're working alongside you to try to manage the clearly competing two things. And I think it is only on the balance of how important Spark is to the city that the extension has come down in the way that it has for this committee. So thank you all for your time this evening. I know it's been a long meeting, we're here late, so I won't go on any further than that and close the meeting.